Good evening and welcome to Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. It's the beginning of a brand new series. The first finals night of Series 9 is about to get underway and there is a bumper crowd in attendance this evening. The hometown hero Gemma Hayter is in action. Carl Wilson, the debutant, has brought an army of fans down, and we've got world champions in Bradley Brooks and Neil Duff in action too. It should be a bumper night. Welcome along to the Modus Super Series. A 4-0 victory to move himself 4 points clear at the top of the group. And Carl Wilson is not relenting on Wednesday. Ball for the match for Richard Rowlands, and he only needs the one dart at the ball. And Darius delivers victory in his first game of the night. He gets the better of Richard Rowlands. His last dart to leave himself on a bogey. Brooks looking at tops. 14 darter, and this game goes a distance.
13 reared its ugly head. It's tops for Hayter. Oh, yes, please, Gemma Hayter.
Gemma Hayter.
Yeah, good composure there from Duff. Finishes the job off.
Good evening and welcome along to the live lounge in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. Week 1 finals night isn't a champions night, but it is a night littered with champions. You have a WDF World Champion, a World Youth Champion, and a Women's Series Champion in 2024, all in action at the live lounge this evening. I'm going to be watching it all in the company of Scotty Dog Mitchell, and a warm welcome for the very first time in Series 9 to the Asset Pool, because we'll be getting both of their expert analysis throughout the course of the evening. But it is a night littered with big names, and these are the 6 that are in action. Well, Carl Wilson dazzled on debut, winning Group A and doing so in spectacular fashion. As for Gemma Hayter, it was another debut which realised a darting dream. The Gosport ace has a big crowd watching her in action this evening. As for Darius Labanowski, he's reliable, he's consistent, he's brilliant, he's not lucky, he's just great. As for Bradley Brooks, well, he made his way through by the skin of his teeth. He won all 4 games on Thursday in Group C, and he had to rely on favours on Friday afternoon. Richard Rowlands didn't, though. He was spectacular, again consistent, again reliable. All the commodities to his game, which has seen him win here before. As for Neil Duff, he's looking for a 5th weekly title. He could tie Steve West on that mark if he can seal success tonight. So they're the players that are going to be in action this evening to round off the first week's worth of action. Scott, you were with us yesterday, a very dramatic day, particularly in Group C. Even though everybody would be happy to be into the finals, not everybody had it their own way.
No, I think you look at that Group C and it really went down to the wire. We were at one point where Alex Moore was one leg away from making this evening, and it didn't quite go his way. Neil Duff wins the leg. Neil Duff and Bradley Brooks heading up here out of the group, and Alex Moore ends up going home, which he played well enough to be here.
First week of a brand new series, and there were some big names that are in action, but also some big names that have departed us right from the get-go. Steve West being the most nameable of which.
Yeah, I think that probably has got some of the headlines ahead of tonight, but if you look at the way that Steve has come back from surgery, he was married and then came straight into week 11 in Series 8. He's played a lot of darts in the last few weeks, so it's been week on, week off for Westy, and I think this week was maybe just one bit too much, and his average for the week of 81 does reflect that.
Well, let's have a look and see how the players got here. This is the tale of the week. It began on Monday morning with Group A, which was won by Carl Wilson. In the end, it was on legs difference. It is a little bit more clear-cut than that. But for Carl, he came straight into it in a very tough group with some very big names, and he acquitted himself very well, Scott.
Yeah, he came in, and the easiest thing to do is be a little bit rabbit in the headlights on your first occasion here. It is one of those venues that is becoming iconic now. We're here every week. Big things have happened in this room. Big players have been in this room. And for a new person to come here and sort of like just grab Group A like he did, well done to him. And we're going to see another different side of him tonight because it's his first finals night.
How does it change the first time you play in front of a crowd like this?
I think you start being aware of eyes being upon you. The one for me was the board camera next to the board, and you start sliding across the hockey and the board camera moves, and you started noticing that on my first ever TV event. So it's got a few things to pick up and ignore. It's what you've got to do, because after a certain amount of time, you know it's going to do it, and you learn to sort of switch off to it.
Well, Thursday and Friday were the marathon days of Group B and Group C. Group B is what we're watching in the evening session. And it was Darius Labanowski who won that group and won it pretty much at a canter, really, winning 7 out of his 8 matches. And he's a player in this building, Paul, we'd expect to be at the sharp end of tournaments because of his reliability and his consistency.
Yeah, I think reliability is a really good word for Darius. He's played some pretty good stuff with the Nordic and Baltic stuff over the water the last few months, and I think he's been floating under the radar of a lot of people's radars, because if you think about some of the best players who don't have a tour card at the minute, Darius hasn't really been in that conversation. But when he's come here, his patterns of play week-wide have been almost identical when it comes to Monday to Friday. He's here on a Saturday night once again. He always makes a Saturday, and he always contends. But this is only his second time in a weekly finals in a lead-up to a Champions Week. The last time, he saved his best starts for the Saturday night, and I expect him to do it again.
Be interesting how Darius gets on, and we were all intrigued to see how Gemma Hayter was going to do on debut. She's made it through 2 finals nights in her first appearance here at the Super Series. It's been a whirlwind 12 months for her. She got back into the sport in January, and earlier on this week we caught up with her to talk about her comeback.
So my partner put a board up, Steph, in the house, and I kind of just had a throw the end of January actually, and noticed that I was still playing all right. Mm-hmm. And then just went from there. I messaged her one night saying the women's series starts in March, and she said, I booked it off work, I'll drive you up there. I don't want to put too much pressure on myself or any expectations. I think this is like a sidestep from the women's series. I wouldn't say a different level, because when you get to the later stages of the women's series.
Do you feel like this is going to be a lot of learning as well about yourself?
Yeah, definitely. Like I kind of have a inkling what my weaknesses are. Hopefully they don't come out tonight, but we'll see. That
was when we spoke to Gemma on Thursday. She's now through to tonight's finals. And I think the biggest comment we can pay, Scott, is when we watched her yesterday and on Thursday night, she didn't look like a debutant in this competition.
No, she didn't. She treated it, she came to it very well. She was treating it as one game at a time. She was not trying to get ahead of herself at any point. And I like that about her. And the fact that she's only been back since January, she's just excited herself every time that she does things. And last night, that 99 shutout, you just seemed to ignite her. And she'd lost her first game, and that was the big turning moment last night. And let's not be around the bush. She qualified comfortably. She just did not look out of place up there at all. And I think she's going to be one of those, the bigger the stage, the better she is.
In terms of her stats, she averaged around about 88 for the Group B campaign. You can see it on your screen there. Those are the types of numbers that we have seen win week after week in this building.
Yes, that's true. And I suppose we grade this place by about an 87.5 average and around about 34% on the doubles. So what we've seen from Gemma the last couple of nights is a level that will contend, but it depends on who you're up against. When it comes to tonight, it just so happens that she's up against 4 weekly champions from this place in previous times, and some of the best players that we've seen in the last 2 series. So if she is going to win tonight, she's going to have to maybe keep to that level at minimum, I would say. But if she's going to find her way towards the trophy in week 1, I think she might need an extra 2%.
I think she has the capability of doing that, though. I think if that next level game comes, I think that she has it there, but how often is she going to be able to take it there because she's going to be asked the questions tonight on a couple of occasions, I think.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for Gemma tonight, and for all of the players, in fact, you've got to win the important moments. If you look at Bradley Brooks, when he won his weekly title a couple of series ago, he didn't play very well in the group, made it through, saved his best game for the last game against Osborne. So, if Gemma can find herself in contention in legs and in matches and win the key moments, anything's possible.
Richard Rowlands also made it through Group B. We'll talk about his progress a little bit later on in the programme. But as far as Group C is concerned, well, it was a nail-biting end to proceedings. Neil Duff completed the card on the final day. And we've been in so many scenarios involving Neil Duff, Paul, over the last couple of years, where when it comes to the crunch, he finds his best darts.
Yes, that's true. I did wonder when we were starting to build up for Neil's almost semester here in Portsmouth, because this is his third straight week. I wondered how he would fare this week. We've seen from Steve West that he tailed off a little bit. That makes complete sense to me. But Duff seems to have been able to reset himself and find a really good level of play because he really wants to be involved in the Champions Night before Christmas. He desperately wants to get that 5th weekly title to equalise West so they can have another discussion about who's the best, who's walked through the door. But this is a big night for Neil. He didn't win the Champions Night, which Marvin did 2 weeks ago. He didn't win double star. He couldn't defend it. So this will mean even more to him now because of the other 2 weeks.
Neil Duff won the group, but the drama is definitely in the race for second position. First of all, hard line to Alex Small, but Bradley Brooks won the 5 on Thursday. Just about got over the line on Friday. How do you think he'll be feeling the fact he's probably used up his 9 lives this week?
I think he's one of those players that can dictate from the front. I think he will come with a different mindset. He's been here before. He knows what it takes to win here. And I just feel that we're going to see a different Bradley Brooks. Yesterday, he made a comment actually on Thursday about he didn't want to do what I did the week before. And so it was quite clearly on his mind. So to then go and win the 2 games like he did and then still needed Duff to have a favour, it goes to show that even the best players, even those that have had a tour card, even those guys that play on the development tour, there are frailties in certain moments. But I don't think his frailties are on finals night like this. I think he gets up for these nights really, really well and you see the best of him at these.
So those are the 6 players that are into tonight's final. And this is how this evening breaks down. These are the 2 groups that are in play. Group 1, Carl Wilson, Gemma Hayter and Bradley Brooks. And actually, Carl's going to have a lot of people in the crowd. Gemma's going to have a lot of people in the crowd. Bradley may feel like he's got 2 away fixtures here this evening.
I don't think he's going to be too concerned about that. He's played in lots of different venues, even in his young career. But he's got an immense amount of experience for being someone so young. And it won't faze him whatsoever. As long as he can blank out any sort of peripheral noise and go up there and play his best game tonight, like Scott's already mentioned, there's no reason why he can't win that group.
In terms of Group 2, Scott, when you look at the players in there, there's a lot of experience.
There is a lot of experience, but there's also a lot of failure there as well. They've had rough nights. You know, they've got the scars, they've got the battle wounds, and if things start to go wrong with them, then they could be in trouble. But I'm really looking forward to that group. I think it really will be by the odd leg. I really do.
Well, let's have a look at the odds and see what the bookmakers think about this evening's proceedings. Easy for me to say. Any surprises there in the betting? Is there 1 or 2 that catch either of you 2 out?
Yeah. Neil Duff at 5-1. We're talking about someone who has won more here than most. And to see him 4th on that list with all of his experience, I do wonder why they've got him at that point. I completely concur with Darius being the favourite because I think he wins tonight. But to see Neil that far south, Scott, I'm surprised by that.
Yeah, we expected Neil to be closer. We discussed it, didn't we, before when we were doing our notes, and we expected it to be sort of Neil Duff and then maybe Carl and then Gemma maybe. So they see it a little bit differently than us. We don't always know the right thing, and we'll know in just a few hours' time whether we were right or not.
It's 18 plus. It's biggamblerair.org. You can have a flutter on the Super Series thing. Thank you, chaps, for now. We'll hear from you in commentary. And our first game of the evening session sees Carl Wilson and Bradley Brooks go toe-to-toe. Wilson, who has enjoyed a dream debut in this competition, through to the finals night, winning Group A as well, up against Bradley Brooks, who got through by the skin of his teeth yesterday afternoon. And early on this evening, I caught up with both players. Bradley, dramatic afternoon for yourself yesterday. Just describe it from your perspective.
I had a good first day. Let myself go a little bit on the second day, but I'm just happy to be here.
What's it like being in the practice room needing a result yesterday? Because you needed Neil Duff to do you a favour against Alex Small.
It's not every day you sat in the room and you become a Neil Duff fan, but in the end I knew that it was my own doing. So when he got the win, I was over the moon, and obviously I'm lucky to be here, so hopefully I can do better today.
Going into tonight, does it give you an air of free roll, or does it kind of stoke the fire a little bit more?
Yeah, I love playing knockout games. That's what I like to do. The group stages, sometimes I let myself go and I don't get the fire in my belly. But yeah, I'm looking forward to tonight. And yeah, it's not like a free roll because I expect to be winning weeks and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm still going to go out there and I'm going to try my best.
Well, Carl, what a debut it's been for you here at the Modus Super Series. Have you had time to sink in how well it's gone?
Yeah, it was nice to go back home and relax and stuff and sink it all in. A lot of popularity on social media, which has been lovely. My friends and family. It's just been a little bit overwhelming, to be honest.
How much of a whirlwind has it been? And when you won that group on Wednesday, could you have imagined the reaction that you got?
No, not at all. I just think I'm a little boy from Tunbridge Wells just playing my local dart still. To be here and get all this attention, it's overwhelming and really nice.
What's been the prep like the last couple of days heading back home? Has it been a case of spending a bit of time on the board? Have you been relaxing? Have you been watching? What have you been doing?
Just been chilling, done a Neil Duff and went for a nice little walk and went to go and see my brother at his job and went to go and see some family in my local village in Rustall. And yeah, just nice to catch up with the family and keep my mind a little bit occupied.
Saying that hopefully win something, and a massive, as we see here, a massive ton opportunity. Sample, bish, bash, bosh on the 139 there. Simply relinquishing his throw again. It's not a good space to be as Carl now. Once double 16, he needs to take his time, and he does take his time.
Carl Wilson.
Well, the patrons are in the building and they're here in big number here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And I can tell you for sure they are a very loud bunch that are here this evening. They're looking forward to a great night's worth of arrows here at the Modus Super Series. A lot of them here for Gemma Hayter, but a lot of them here for Carl Wilson as well. It is packed to the rafters. There's not a seat to be had in the house. Carl Wilson, the debutant, the ADC qualifier, looking to make it through the Champions Week and have the day of his darting life. He takes up Bradley Brooks, the former World Youth Champion, in the first game of the evening session, and it's all going to be watched in the company of our commentary team. It's the former World Champion Scott Mitchell and the former Players Champion Paul Nicholson.
Thank you, Henry, and welcome to Portsmouth once again, the start of Series 9. Well, the first week will be in the books in the next 4.5 hours. And when we go into the early hours of Sunday, we can all digress, take a day off, start week 2, and start to get excited for the winter here in England. But listen to that crowd, Scott Mitchell. They are baying for 180s, doubles and bullseyes.
Yeah, absolutely they are, Nico. And we spoke about Carl Wilson not really being used to this, and he said it himself in his interview. He's been surprised about the attention that it's brought to him. Well,
93.
He'll know more about himself after this evening. To play in front of a crowd like this for the first time, and then have the cameras on you. It is something that everybody needs to experience, maybe to understand the game a little more.
Yeah, well said. It has been a bit of a dream week for Carl, having the last couple of days off to go back to Royal Tunbridge Wells, one of the nicest places in the UK, in fact.
58.
And one of the most expensive. But if you can afford to live there, fair play. And if he wins tonight, he's guaranteed
99.
a return back to Portsmouth just before Christmas, which could yield an awful lot of money. Just ask Marvin Van Velsen from the last couple of weeks. This is a really solid start from Carl. On a finish after 12. But Brooks, a former weekly champion, he will expect
90.
to play his
Carl,
best
you
darts of the
require
week tonight.
147.
Yeah, he won't worry about what's gone on before. He's wise beyond his years. 17 here. Oh, a very interesting start. Yes, Carl, have a little deep breath, do a bit of a Rob Cross. Double 18.
111. Bradley, you require
I think there was a deep breath from
126.
Carl and a sharp intake of breath from the audience there because some of them thought that was in. Well, this is a tricky 57 for Bam Bam. Too tricky in the end.
86.
So Wilson at
Carl,
the
you
hockey
require 36.
to bring his portion of the crowd to volume.
No score.
We have an
Bradley,
early
you require
Goldilocks alert,
40.
and Bradley can step in to take the first leg of the night.
Game shot on the first leg. Bradley Brooks.
Is it fair to say, Scott, that Bradley has been dealt a very
Second leg
tough
against
hand
Bradley
tonight
to throw first.
because of who
Game
he's
on.
playing, not just because they're in form, but because of where they're from, because of who's in the crowd supporting those players?
Yeah, very much so. But I think you and I both know we've all played in pretty hostile atmospheres that have been against us. When you get to a certain level within the game and you've had to experience nights like these to kind of take them in. And I would probably say
100.
the quieter that he can keep the crowd, the better. And the only way you can keep the crowd quiet is by playing exceptionally well against the home favourite.
59.
There's actually not a great deal between the weekly averages of these two players. Carl winning Group A,
41.
winning 12 of his 15 matches. 88.16. We always say that anything around 87.5 or better will contend. As for Bradley, he actually did go over that 87.5 by about a tenth of a point. But he had to go all the way through Group A and just about get through Group C. That's what he did.
60.
Yeah, I think a player like Bradley would see that he's dodged a bullet already. And now he's got into this position, he's not going to want to let it go. But you then wonder how many lives does he have left.
100.
But this is more straight knockout. This is more what he's used to. I think most players prefer to be straight knockout. You know where you are then.
58.
Having a little league table can complicate things between the ears.
Well, just to accentuate what it's like to play here in Portsmouth, you can come into Saturday night against an opponent that you
83.
haven't beaten this week. But if you beat them on Saturday, everything changes. And this fixture does confirm that. This week,
58.
Carl has beaten Bradley
require 150.
3 times out of 3. But if Brooks wins this game, he's the one who's favourite to make the semi-finals, and he's got tops.
95.
And technically, it's probably the only one that matters. It's the game in front of you, not the 3 previous when you've both got to the same point in the tournament.
43. Bradley require 20.
Opportunity to consolidate that break of throw at the start. And that's why he was probably thinking
score.
about 2
Carl,
double 4.
require
But
141.
looking at Carl on 141, he didn't want to gamble on the single number.
The difference between the first 2 legs here is that Wilson made
57.
these mistakes
Bradley require
himself,
20.
but Brooks was in a position to be able to take the chance. Now, Wilson has now got himself within range.
No score.
Can he now
Carly
take the chance on this
require
84?
84.
Let's find out. It's going to be bullseye.
59.
Good try.
Bradley require
Brooks
20.
back for double 10.
Game shot.
And those misses don't really mean anything
Bradley
anymore.
Brooks.
He gets the chance, he takes the chance. 2-0 Brooks.
The leg, it's Carl to throw first. Game on.
Again, there's not a great deal between them in their doubles percentages for the week either. They're both 33 and a bit %. It's just that Carl was winning
96.
the key moments. I was talking about that earlier with you and with Henry Scott. That's what Saturday nights are all about. Give yourself the chances. Take them. You can win tonight. If you don't,
74.
you're going home and you're not coming back this year.
And you and I both know that little scoreline of 2-0 does something to your head.
58.
And you then start to think there are guys out there that love being in front, and then they go and put the hammer down. And Bradley Brooks is one of those. And
139.
Carl's not done masses wrong. The point of the fact that he's 2-0 down has given Brooks freedom. We know from being here before, you don't want to go
96.
down 4-0 in the first game. If you've got to go down, you've got to go down 4-2, 4-3, as tight as you can. Any legs here for Wilson could help him in an hour or two's time.
He's got a long wait before his second match of the night. Up against Gemma Hayter in Game 5. We will learn an awful lot about the Week 1 finals before that game even takes place. Brooks is on double 16. And that 12 darter is a darn sight better than any other leg we've seen tonight. But that gives Bradley a 3-0 lead, 2 breaks of throw. And Carl Wilson's dream week has taken a bit of a turn.
I asked you, Nico, how do you hit that first double in that first leg? We'd have seen a different game here.
100.
That's the beauty of Saturday nights. Everything is magnified. Every mistake that you make, it simply is magnified. And not very often do you see somebody win from 3-0 down on a Saturday in a group. It very, very rarely happens.
83.
It's soul-destroying to be 3-0 down after winning Group A like he did. Having a couple of days off, feeling he's done the right thing, and then it's been a baptism of fire for him.
I can only assume that his nickname is Gok because of some sort of resemblance to Gok Wan, because tonight Carl wants to be Gok 1. But losing your first game by 4 legs to 0, it means that you will have to win your second game and potentially either by a distance or you just pray that Bradley does you a big favour in game number 3 against your next opponent.
60.
Advantage Brooks. It could be all over in about 10 minutes if he hits double 19. The smart play here is a 6. That'll
74.
do. I like that. I don't know about you, Scott.
Yeah, fair play to have a go at it. I don't mind double 19, so I would have gone hammer and tongs at it and gone inside, if anything, and then tied it up that way. But yeah,
Bradley
gave myself a chance
24.
and then tidied it up.
Speaking of tidying things up, that's what Bradley's looking to do. Double 6 for the match. Very much job done by Bam Bam Bradley Brooks against the Group A winner. And a real surprise there, as someone who only just made Saturday night wins the first game by 4 legs to 0. It wasn't a classic by any means, but when Bradley Brooks went 2-0 up, he took full advantage of that advantage, and then he put his foot to the floor to be the better player in the match by some distance. As you can see, 4 out of 15 on the doubles and a medium style average around about the mid-80s. He'll be happy with that, but he will be more than happy with a 4-0 victory. When we come back, we're going to look at group number 2, and it's going to be Richard Eric Rowlands against the throw, and he's up against the favourite, Darius Labanowski.
Very good dart, he's done it. Not today.
Yeah, there was a chance, but there's no chance there.
FG's taken over here and he's...
Definitely not him. It's definitely
he thinks
not
it's
him.
it.
Yeah, no, I'm not giving you that.
We are giving the back end of the leg here, and it's not going to go the way I thought it was there. I was about to mention the fact that we do have that rule in place.
That is a great marker. And a great win for Ginge, who goes through. Oh, he's found it already. He couldn't find the treble, but he can find the doubles. And he's found himself in the next round. Great dart. And I can't help but think that... Oh, and he's found it. Sean Nyland has knocked out Darts for Fun, the favourite for the singles competition and the winner of the pairs.
I don't think is too bad an idea, considering how the first 18 darts have gone for Ellis.
Is this the first time we're seeing tag team darts?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Making the most of it, lads.
Time supporter and friend of
No,
Ellis.
maybe not. Not 1 second. Okay. Up we
Hold
come.
on. We're
What's your
doing the
name?
same now.
Okay, Jaden, you require 74.
He knows where he's going. 56, double 20. Oh, that's a good effort. That's a very good effort. He throws a lovely dart. I think we should send one of them down and let one of them play against Jaden. That's a good dart.
Plenty of dartboard to use for one of the most unorthodox ways you'll ever see a semi-final being won.
And that is
It's a nervy game, a nervy encounter. He is the favourite now to go on and win it, and he's trying to get... Struggled today with a bit of nerves. And that extra moment, that little bit of pause, that little bit...
second dart.
Calm down a little bit, just to relax into the game.
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one from an influencer.
It's one of them things either loves or hates in a darts time. And he loves it! But that is...
It's Angry Jay!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Bradley Brooks got the better of Carl Wilson by 4 legs nil. Wilson missing opportunities in the first couple of legs, and then Brooks rampaged towards home. He needs just a leg now to qualify for the semi-finals. The only way he can go home is courtesy of a 9-dart shootout. Our second game sees Richard Rowlands and Darius Labanowski go toe-to-toe. The Lithuanian, who won the only previous Saturday night that he's played here at the Live Lounge in Boston. Granted, it is his second appearance here. Takes on Rowlands, he's looking for a second weekly title. And earlier on this evening, I caught up with the Lithuanian. Darius, welcome back to Saturday here at the Modus Super Series. How do you feel like you've played this week?
Actually, I was very happy for this week because we had good games on first 3 days. It was good, and last 2 days also I was good. I'm on the top. And finally, I'm on a Saturday. This is major target for this week.
What pleased you the most this week? Was it the scoring? Was it the finishing? What was the bit about your game that you were most happy with?
Actually, I did this on correct moment, yeah, on right moment. Sometimes, yeah, I missed doubles. It's too many doubles on some legs, but in a important moment and in a moment when I think I need to do now, I did it. I did it, yeah.
You've been to a Saturday night before here at the Super Series when you won your week to get to the last championship. What can you remember of winning here last time?
Oh, it's like dreaming's coming on, you know. It's like on my debut, I won Saturday session and I did qualify to Champions Week. It's very nice, and I want to repeat this.
Well, we look forward to watching you play. All the very best. Good luck tonight, Darius.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
No, I'll give it a miss. They don't seem to sell 2 left shoes or for the dancers.
Oh, yes! Oh, boy! Going to give himself an opportunity at double top. Oh, he rifles it home.
Bullseye has put him in a great position now. Niels van Zanten cannot look.
Darius Labanowski.
Looks to the...
Eclipsed here. If Darius can find tops, Darius can find tops. He climbs the ladder and moves into a 3-2 lead. Well, these two know what it's like to win a week here at the Super Series. In fact, Darius Labanowski came within a couple of matches of lifting the biggest trophy that we can give here at the Modus Super Series. It's Lithuania against Wales in our second match of the night in the company of Scott Mitchell and Paul Nicholson.
Yes, Darius is looking to repeat what he did in Series 7 of Week 10. That was a brilliant night for Darius. He was the best player that night by some distance. And he saved his best stuff that week for the Saturday. I wonder if he can do it again as he approaches the magical 50 years of age. And I'm pretty certain that someone in the commentary box right now is saying, you stay under 50, Darius. You just stay at the Super Series and play Nordic and Baltic darts. And Richard Eric Rowlands is the kind of player that proves that your darting life can even start at 50. Isn't that right, Scott?
Yeah, he sure is. We continually interview him up here in the last couple of times, and he says he would be nothing without the World Seniors darts. And that's brought him on, and he's been praised by the GOAT of all goats in the form of Phil Taylor, who gave him a few tips. I wish Mr. Taylor could have kept those to himself, because look at what he's doing now with those tips. He's gone away, he's practiced them, he's learned.
First leg, it's Darius to throw.
It shows that you can teach old dogs new tricks.
These are the only two players this week who are averaging over 90 for their entire week. This could easily be tonight's final. But both players have still got to get through Group 2 first. And there's only the small matter of Neil Duff in this group as well. So is it fair to say that Group 2 tonight is the more stacked of the two?
Yeah, I would say so. I would say it's the more consistent group of the two. I think all three players will know what's coming from each other. There's not going to be anything to catch them by surprise. It's going to be, that game is going to be put up there no matter what. And you're going to have to go with it and rise above it. Or you're going to have to go with it and hope you get a bit of luck go your way.
46.
If you weren't tuning in Series 7, Week 10, when Darius was winning his first weekly title here, he described it like a dream in that interview with Henry. Let me remind you how well he did play that night.
59.
And I just want to steal your word there, Scott, how consistent he was. The 4 matches that he played, he won them all, with averages of 98, 92, 94, and 98 in the final.
58.
That is the kind of level that if you replicate that tonight, you've got a fabulous chance of winning a second weekly crown. Isn't that right?
Absolutely, and because you're doing it time after time, your opponent knows that as well. Whichever one is the next on the oppie to take you on. He is just a fabulous dart player. He's you don't hold on to a tour card like he had for as long as he had if you can't play darts. That I tried to explain
93.
yesterday about
Darius
how difficult it is for
100%.
Darius to travel over here and keep continually doing this from where he lives. It's so hard, yet he continues to produce.
He doesn't have to take the 107 in 2. But he is somewhat creeping down towards a double here.
38.
Yeah, well, he looked at the treble 19 there, confused our spotters as he decided, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go straight back up the top.
He's almost done a Chris Tarrant there, hasn't he? But we don't want to give you that. So 72 is what he'll want this time.
60. Darius should require
In the previous
72.
game, Rowlands not close enough to take advantage of these misdemeanors here in the first leg of Labanowski.
Yeah, 2 12s for Darius.
Game
And that's what you can't afford to do against Darius. You can't give him chances. this week, not only are
Second
these
leg, it's
two the
Richard
top
to throw
averaging
first.
players,
Game on.
but they're the best on doubles as well. And that magical level, which we have here at the Modus Super Series, where you're over 40% for the week, that would contend on doubles anywhere in the world, even on the Pro Tour.
45.
With that kind of sample size, I will say it. And with Darius, it's a 5-day sample size. With Richard, it's a 2-day thing. But we can't ignore the fact that Rowlands is 45% for the week.
No, very true. You can't ignore that. But at the moment, you have to get yourself to a double so that
95.
percentage value comes your way. And at the moment, in that first leg, he didn't kind of do that. Another thing, Nico, don't be confused here about what order Darius throws his stems in, these coloured stems. Don't think he throws them in a certain order. If he does for 2 or 3 days, don't mention it, because he will make you look silly, because he doesn't throw them in any order.
Darius has been making dart players look silly for years.
Particularly ones in commentary boxes yesterday.
100.
We've all been admiring his footwear this week as well. Looks like something that Venom would wear in a movie, famously played by Tom Hardy. As far as darts footwear are concerned, Darius's trainers are just a little bit different.
I thought they were out of Battlestar Galactica or something.
125.
Sometimes the pace of Rowlands as well, it can get to some people because they just want to get on with it. Darius has got the patience of a glacier.
120. Darius, you require
Yeah, he has.
96.
He has tremendous mental strength, does Darius. He knows the game inside out. Here we go again. Another
Game
tap,
shot
tap
the
finish.
second leg. Darius
72 now,
Labanowski.
96.
Third leg,
If he keeps playing like this on Saturday nights, he might have to get a new nickname. Forget about Lucky D. Just call him Superb Saturday Darius.
Yeah, Darius knows that Saturday nights are the nights where the checks get handed out, and so far so good for him. He looks in total control, and that average just about tells you 110.
Now, what Henry said before this game started, it was spot on,
55.
because Darius was so close to winning the previous series in Series 7. He was contending that night with Greaves and Harrison and Crabtree, which is probably, because it is up for debate, that is the best night we've ever had here, the Series 7 finals. It was magical.
Yeah, it really was. Rowlands now finding his range.
180.
He might be finding his range, but it's almost as if we've been holding the party here in Portsmouth for about 30 minutes, and Rowlands is just a bit late to it, because Darius has got Richard on toast right now. It's one of our favourite phrases in this sport. When you've got somebody on toast, it means you've got them right where you want them. But it doesn't necessarily mean that you've won yet.
Yeah, we're going back to those 180s. There's nothing between them. In Group B, Darius hit 9.
137.
Rowlands hit 8.
Darius, you
Now they've
require
hit 1 apiece in this, so
121.
there's still nothing to divide them on the 180s. It's just all about legs difference and wins, and nobody puts the amount of 180s on the trophy, do they?
No, they don't.
97. Richard, you require 121.
Short irons into the green there from Labanowski. Perfect. Leaves himself 24.
It is a shot at the bullseye for Richard. Almost on target. And Darius on 24 again. This time he doesn't even need the treble to get there. I fear the worst for Richard. I don't see Darius missing this.
Game shown.
Predictable brilliance from the Lithuanian.
Full flag, it's Richard to throw first.
There's no such thing as luck in darts. Not when you can do that.
Yeah, we commented on his nickname, Lucky D. There's no luck about what he's doing with that 109 average, I can tell you.
100.
That's all hard work, practice, dedication, and belief.
I know this seems like a really stupid question, Scott, but have you ever seen a lucky 110 average? I can't say that I have.
30.
No, not can I. I've seen a few lucky 87s and lucky 71s, but not 110s, not up around that region.
Coincidentally, the best average of the week. It came from somebody who's in the audience tonight. Someone who didn't make the Saturday night's play. Alex Small has stuck around to watch. He was so close to being part of this night. And maybe sticking around to watch it
30.
fuels his motivation. That young man, by the way, is called Jack Johnson. A fine young player. He's actually younger than young. But he's a really good friend of David Vavzevsky, who
96.
plays here regularly. Watch out for that young man. He is very, very good.
$100. Richard, you require 100.
A little bit of breathing space here for Richard Rowlands. So he can try and trim off the 25. That's exactly what he's done. And if he takes the 12 darter, his confidence will swell.
85.
He'll be back, though. No fear yet with Labanowski on 3-4-1. We know he's good, but he would have to be extremely good for a 3-4-1.
It can be done in 6. So be that a warning to you, Richard. Get rid of this before Darius puts you away by 4 legs to 0. Double 10. Yeah, very good indeed. Just never know what can happen from this point. And every leg you win in your first game, in any group that you play on a Saturday night, it just makes the next game the tiniest bit easier. What we can tell you is that Bradley Brooks needs to win 1 leg
85.
when he plays Gemma Hayter next, and that will guarantee his participation in the semi-finals. So by virtue of that, if Darius wins by 4 legs to 1 here, he will need a minimum of 2 legs to get through
59.
when he plays a little bit later on against Neil Duff. Now, the fact that Duff is in this group, Scott, are they somewhat looking over their shoulder and thinking, I must get the most I possibly can out of this game before
60.
the Duff man makes the stage his own again, potentially?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure that will be the case, and that will be the mental thought from both players.
Somebody's clicking into gear here.
140.
He doesn't go away, that's for sure, Richard Rowlands.
No matter where you watch your Modus Super Series darts,
140.
get your teeth into this. This is a world-class game. Darius would desperately love 1 last maximum in this match right now. Don't stay on the 20s. Don't stay on the 20s.
140.
He stayed on the 20s.
He does do that a little bit. Arithmetic is not always his strongest point, and sometimes when he does think about it, he still gets it wrong.
Well, this is tricky for Darius. He wants to stay on the treble 20, but it's got 2 darts in the way.
59.
So in a somewhat Johnny Clayton fashion, can Richard Rowlands get away with the fact that he left 162?
Well, last night he left 168 and then hit 2 treble 20s following, which 9 times out of 10 is what happens.
96. Darius, you require
Sod's law, if you left
157.
170, you wouldn't get nowhere near it with your first dart.
Well, this is for the match. It was for the match. And look at that beautiful nestling of that second dart in that treble 20.
99.
Huge warning sign to Rowlands now is that if he misses this, Labanowski has got a much easier chance to put him away. .40 left to save the match.
26.
And that might be that. That might be Richard on the back foot.
58.
With a game against Neil Duff to come. Not a good spot to be in. However, it's a brilliant spot for Labanowski now. He's doing it again. And when it comes to weekly finals, it's the 5th time he's averaged over 90. And this time, he's cruised above that mark. In fact, it's nearly 100. And Labanowski's very comfortable. He knows that if he wins 2 legs against Neil Duff when he plays in game number 6, he's going to be in the semi-finals again. And with 80% on the doubles there, and 99 as the average, he was the better player and took full advantage of a much better start than the Welshman. Now, we're back to Group 1, and we're back with Bradley Brooks, and it will be Gemma Hayter making her debut on a Saturday night in Portsmouth, very close from home.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right. Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity.
Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen!
Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response!
Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final! Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are! One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can! Marvin is the man!
Marvin Van Velzen!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Darius Labanowski got the better of Richard Rowlands by 4 legs to 1 with an average just underneath the ton mark, and now in a very good position to progress through to the semi-finals. Another player who's in a very good position to progress is Bradley Brooks. He needs just 1 leg in this game to make his way through to the Final 4, and he takes on a hometown hero in Gemma Hayter, who is on debut here this week. She has made it through to the finals. It's a big occasion for her, and earlier on this evening we caught up with her. Well, Gemma, it's been a splendid debut for you here at the Modus Super Series. How have you found it?
Yeah, I felt it quite relaxing, surprisingly. I didn't know how I'd deal with it. Obviously, it's quite a different environment than what I'm used to. But yeah, no, it seems to be all right.
What's been the biggest differences between this stage and the women's series stage in particular?
I think it's quite isolated here. Obviously, you've got nobody else. You've just got the players and you've got the crew and staff. So yeah, that's the main difference, is like the isolation.
In terms of your games, in terms of your performances this week, you must have been really pleased with the numbers you turned out, in particular your power scoring.
Yeah, definitely. Scoring's always been my strength. It's kind of been my finishing that's been letting me down, but I didn't have any problems with that last night, it seemed.
In terms of this evening, how many, first of all, have you got in the crowd? Because I know you're very local to here.
I'm not sure. There's been a few messages today flying around, so yeah, I'm not sure. I think there'll be a few, hopefully.
In terms of the evening itself, how are you treating it? Is there any goals, expectations, or are you just going to take it a game at a time?
Game at a time. That's what I've done all week, and it seems to be doing me good so far, so fingers crossed.
It's been a whirlwind year. At the start of January, you weren't even playing the sport. Then you go to the women's series, you win a couple of them. Would this be a bit of an icing on top of the cake if you won one of these?
Yeah, definitely. I always wanted to kind of see where my game was compared to the men, see if I measure up, and yeah, so far so good, so fingers crossed.
I wish you all the very best tonight, Gemma. Good luck.
Thank you.
Point home for Tar because it was Tier who took out the 87 in the previous leg.
Hayter to go 3-3.
Game
Nicely done by her. Tops for Hayter. Oh, yes, please, Gemma Hayter.
Gemma Hayter.
Hayter 112 to level this game up at 1-1. Great treble 20 there, double 16. That's a haymaker from Hayter. And if she does, she'll become the second ever female winner of a week here at the Modus Super Series, joining Bo Greaves in that club. Her first assignment, Bradley Brooks, who following a 4-0 victory against Carl Wilson, needs just the solitary leg to progress through to the Final Four. In the commentary box, it's Paul Nicholson and Scott Mitchell.
Exciting times ahead. And it could be for Gemma and for Bradley. They can both qualify through this group. But Bradley is very much on the front foot, isn't he? After winning his first game against Carl Wilson by 4-0. But I think it's fair to say that the 31-year-old from just over the water here in Hampshire will be the crowd favourite tonight. And it always seems to happen that way, Scott, when someone who was from very local to the studio here in the north end of Portsmouth, they tend to bring quite the flock with them.
Yeah, I think it goes back to that old saying, there's only one place that they'll ever call you one of their own, and should you stay there, I mean, they've been impressed. We have all been impressed with the way that Gemma has come back to the game. Like I say, back in the youth days, I knew of her when Hampshire used to play Dorset. She used to give my daughter a bit of a backside kicking, and so I've known of Gemma for a long time, but she herself admits she's never played at this kind of level before. She sort of was watching the Worlds in January, and we can call it the Luke Littler effect. You can call it what you want, but everybody started wanting to pick up a dart, and that included Gemma. So she did that, started playing exceptionally well, and somebody said, why don't you go to the Ladies Series in March? And she made a semi-final there, and well, the rest has been her history 62. That she keeps creating.
I'm not just saying this because Gemma's playing on this stage tonight, but one of the biggest buzz factors of the women's series this year has been Gemma. We need new talent to come through. On every tour that we have, Super Series, Challenge Tour, Pro Tour, WDF, you name it. Seniors, you get new talent when someone turns 50. But this year, the new talent has been Gemma when it's come to the ladies' game. But let's not forget, Bradley only needs one leg in this contest, and then he's guaranteed a semi-final spot. But there's one person more than anybody else who wants Brad to win this match, and that's Carl Wilson.
Yeah, absolutely. He wants it to go that way, so it's a winner-take-all game. to close the group out.
84. Gemma, you require
Bradley was on the walk
120.
there thinking that double 10 was in. Double top.
80.
Not quite first blood
Bradley, you
Hayter.
require 10.
Yeah, she was just a touch unfortunate there that she
Game
had
show
to
on the
move
first
across.
leg.
Had she not had to
Bradley
move, I
Brooks.
think she'd have had a better sighter there, but
Second leg is Gemma to throw first.
Brooks once again gets back, dodges a double against him again. Seems to be the story of his week.
140.
Well, we have one person into the semi-finals already, and that's Bradley. He's played 5 legs, he's won them all, and he's a semi-finalist once again.
100.
So it doesn't matter how you get to Saturday, it's how you use the opportunity. And so far, so very good for Bam Bam.
97.
Yeah, totally agree. He's come through by the skin of his teeth.
97.
And now very much looks the form player alongside Darius here this evening so far.
60.
Just to give you another sporting indication of how Bradley has somewhat found his way to this point, because he's going to be in the final 4.
100.
I wonder how many people ask Paul Lawrie how his first 3 rounds of the 1999 Open Championship went.
100. Bradley
The answer is no one,
164.
because everybody is too busy wondering how good his last round was and how well he played in the playoff. Who's going to be wondering about Bradley's Monday to Friday
64.
if he
Gemma, you
wins
require
tonight?
104.
No one. They're going to talk about his Saturday. Gemma needs treble 18. She's very competitive in this game,
56.
but Bradley's finding
Bradley, you
himself
require 100.
in a good couple of spots here. That's exactly what he wanted. And it will remain there as well.
Game
2-0 Brooks.
second leg. Bradley
Now
Brooks.
he's keeping the crowd quiet. And he
Third
might
leg,
even
it's
win
Bradley
every
to
leg
throw
in his
first.
group.
Game on.
Yeah, that's exactly what he needed to do. He's playing both probably the players who
100.
have the most audience in the crowd on their side.
59.
So it's going to be really interesting when Hayter plays Wilson in Game 5, isn't it? It's going to be like that 1980 World Championship final once again between Bobby George and Eric
55.
Bristow. 50% of the room each.
I remember it. Eric Bristow, Bobby George. Eric Bristow, Bobby George. Brilliant stuff.
140.
It'll be interesting to see what Gemma does from 302 here. She's averaging over 88 for the week.
150.
Very impressive. Best game, 94, which is also very impressive.
80.
Unfortunate to get a bounce out there. But she's still competitive in the leg, but maybe had she found that second treble 20, she'd be looking at a finish right now.
Yeah, and then you watch your opponent pretty much have a similar dart and it stayed in.
$58. Bradley
Now, Brooks
require
can
51.
extend his perfect winning leg record here to 7-0. And that's exactly what he's
Game show
got.
the third
He's
leg.
motoring
Bradley
into the
Brooks.
semi-finals. There's no pressure on Gemma in this
Against
match
Gemma to
whatsoever,
throw first.
because
Game
she
on.
knows that if she loses this game, it's a straight shootout with Carl Wilson, someone who she has not played this week. And the winner will make the
81.
semis alongside Brad. By virtue of that, and you're someone who's played on Saturday night, Scott, is it more beneficial to play later in the schedule?
100.
I think so. The one time that I played early in the schedule, I didn't make the semi-finals. The twice that I did play later in this early schedule, I did make the semi-final. The room has calmed down by then. The air of tension is gone in the room by then. You know, oh, look at this.
180.
Yeah, things have just been kicked up a notch.
60.
Why do I get the feeling that Bradley's trying to send a statement here?
He was very confident in his interview earlier to say he was here to win it.
140.
And it's a statement at the moment I'm finding difficult to find an argument against.
Oh,
80.
that is the hat
Bradley
stand
require
of all
81.
hat stands. But this is a match-winning chance. Bull. Bam, bam. Bullseye Bradley Brooks.
Bradley Brooks.
And group campaigns do not get better than that. 8-0 it is for Bradley Brooks, and he sails into the semi-finals by winning Group 1 flawlessly. A really good performance as well, 100.2. And that is the first time this week that he's averaged in 3 figures. Talk about peaking at the right time. Brooks is now a contender. Gemma will be back, though, when she plays against Carl Wilson in Game 5, and that will now be a shootout to see who makes it into the semi-finals.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Bradley Brooks beat Gemma Hayter in the space of 60 darts by 4-0. In fact, he has progressed through Group 1 tonight without dropping a single leg. He has been flawless up to press, and so he is guaranteed to win Group 1, and he will be throwing first in the first semi-final at around about 10 o'clock this evening. The other game saw Darius Labanowski get the better of Richard Rowlands by 4-1. And so for Richard, he is in a little bit of peril here. If he loses this game to Neil Duff, then he will be eliminated, and we will know the two players to progress through to Group 2, and then match 5 between Carl Wilson and Gemma Hayter will be a knockout. But for Neil Duff, he is looking to equalise Steve West's record of winning 5 weekly titles here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Can he do it? Well, we're about to find out.
slightly out of form and running into a
Duff.
very hot Neil Duff.
Mentioned this 1-2-6 earlier, has to start in the 19s this time. Double six. Well, he saved his best shot right at the end in Neil Duff. Colin McGarry was superb in his demolition of young Bram.
Yeah, that was...
First load.
Well, it is going to be a big moment here for Richard Rowlands. The Welshman has to win this match to retain any chance of staying in the competition. Whilst for Neil Duff, well, Saturdays are his salad days here at the Live Lounge in Ports. A winner of 4 weekly titles, also the former Double Trouble champion. He lost that title last week to Robert Thornton. As for Rowlands, a win here is of the utmost importance. Watching this one in the commentary box is Scott Mitchell and Paul Nicholson.
All is not lost if you are a Richard Rowlands fan, and indeed, for Richard, all is not lost because he has suffered a 4-1 loss in his first game to Darius Labanowski, but now he's got a rather tall task going up against a Super Series great in the Duff man, Neil Duff. But if you're a believer in signs, get your teeth into this one. In week 3 of Series 8, when Richard Rowlands won his weekly title, he started with a 4-1 loss against Andreas Harrison. He'd go on to win the night. I wonder if that's a sign.
Richard to throw first. Game on.
So what we're seeing is, losing 4-1 in your first game, it may even stoke the fire that is Richard Rowlands here against Duffman, but he must win. He must win this match. If he does not, he will be the first person going
99.
home.
Yeah, they'd have played each other a little bit, these two, so they know each other quite well.
100.
Even to chat in the back room there, they were having a chat earlier. I popped down there before play started, and those two were the kind of guys, they were doing all the chatting.
What if you'd like another sign of what could possibly be a very similar night to that of week 3 in the previous series for Richard? In his second game that he played that night, after that 4-1 loss to Harrison,
140.
he played someone who had won a world title of sorts, a world master, from the Emerald Isle in John O'Shea. So this should feel really familiar for Rowlands. He won that game against O'Shea in the previous series by 4 legs to 3. I wonder if that's going to be enough. Especially against someone who has won 4 weekly titles and he's won a special as well. But my question to you, Scott, at the start of this match is, the fact that Duff did not even qualify for Champions Night in Series 8, and he didn't defend his Double Trouble title, does that give him extra motivation tonight?
I'd say yes. My fear for him is that he has been here
100.
playing on this stage
Richard, you require
for 3 weeks, and I think we saw on Friday where he went through the cut and he qualified a different Neil Duff. And I think it's for the reason that you've just said.
Game shot.
Oh boy, Richard Rowlands will not go quietly. A 1-2-2 on the bull. Huge message, not only to Neil, but also to Darius, who was sitting very comfortably in the practice room at the minute. But if you think he's safe, think
15.
again.
It's not his highest shot of the week, Richard Rowlands. He did have a 1-2-9 in Group B. In a similar fashion on a bullseye finish.
96.
How many times do we see it as well? We've seen it in the past in our previous studio in Southampton where people have played back-to-back weeks. What about Scott Taylor in Series 6?
95.
He played week 12, played 6 consecutive days for 2 straight weeks. And by the end of it, I think he slept for a couple of days. How is Neil feeling here tonight? Does he have enough in the tank, mentally as well as physically, to get across the line for an invitation back at the end of this series?
I know he has routines. I've stayed at the house with him at the same time, and he does like to get back, get himself something to eat, and then go for a wander for an hour and a half or so before he settles back to his room. He's got a really good routine, and I think sometimes here, if you can kind of take yourself away from the moment here and go and find your own thing to do, and do it the way you do. I think his routine away from the board here is probably second to none, which is what's produced the success that he's had here. So I believe that that is what could see him get over the line tonight, because I know the last couple of days he's gone back to that routine.
42.
Well, if you are marking your cards, Champions Night in this series will be December the 7th. And if you want a ticket for that Champions Night, you better be quick.
30.
And you might say it to me,
Richard,
it's only week
1.
1.
138.
We've got another 11 qualifying weeks before then. Champions Week tickets go very quickly, so get your mitts on them while you still can. Double top left is what Richard's trying to do.
98.
And that will do very nicely. Everything's going his way in game 2 once again. Now, whatever happens in this game,
40.
whether Richard wins by 4 legs to 0, 4 legs to 1, 4 legs to 2 or 3, he's going to have to wait to see what happens in the next, but he must win. Doesn't like the angle. He'll probably hit it anyway. Just like that.
Game shown the second leg.
Yeah, he used the first dart well. Didn't touch the second dart, but he used the first dart well there.
The leg, it's Richard to throw first.
The one thing you can say about Richard in his throw, he is deliberate, and you cannot move him. He will not be caught into speeding up.
Didn't the script have a song like that? The man that can't be moved. Maybe that's what his walk-on song should be.
I think they wrote it over about 6 or 7 of us, but that's not the point. But yes, he has his routine.
100.
And he sticks to it.
There were many nations in that Champions Night a couple of weeks ago when Marvin van Velsen lifted the trophy. The Netherlands, very well represented
99.
in the final. Both players from that country. And because these two have won weekly titles before, they know the glory at the end of the Saturday night. And they want more of it. I know that greed is a deadly sin, but I think greed can sometimes be a really good motivator in this sport, because no one's going to help you. It's an individual sport.
58.
No, absolutely right.
You were saying a little bit earlier tonight that Richard is maybe not as astute in the mathematics department as some others, and that's why he's going to start on the 20s on 299.
Absolutely, because he thinks he's going to hit 3 of them. He needs to go downstairs now, but he's going to hit 3 of them. But this is what he does, Nico. This is what he does. I am watching. I know there are Dutch people, the best counters probably in the world, watching him going,
120.
what on earth are you doing, Mr. Welshie?
Richard, you require 190.
You need to come and spend a week with us. But he just does it his way.
Yeah, 299. You shouldn't go anywhere near the treble 20 to start with. Fact is, he got everything right by doing everything the wrong way.
59.
And if Neil doesn't take this 100,
100.
Richard might have a chance of 3-0. And he's not going to take the 100.
60. Richard, you require 60.
So far, Rowlands is 50% on doubles. And when you're going to have 2 darts at tops, potentially, That will feel like a comfort. There we go, 3-0 Rowlands.
Richard Rowlands.
Is he going to have a similar night to that previous series, I wonder? So
Well,
far,
against
not
Neil
so
to
good for
first.
Neil Duff. And
Game
what's
on.
going on tonight with the results? 4-0, 4-1, 4-0. We could have another 4-0 here.
85.
We've got a myriad of people here in the audience tonight, people who have played this week. I believe we've got a Hampshire County player in the audience who's played today because it is the first county weekend here in the UK. And good luck to everybody who's playing this weekend, including yourself, Scott, for tomorrow. Playing a rather good team in Lancashire, I do hear.
Yeah, they keep winning it. And, but me and my little team at Dorset, we are so proud to be in that Premier Division. So you've got to play the big dogs. And those are Lancashire and Yorkshire, so
125.
What a performance this is from Rowlands. It's like he's got himself off the canvas. He was up against the ropes and he said, you know what, I can still punch.
60.
And all he's done in this match is punch Neil Duff further away from any sort of chance to get a result.
Duff is stood behind him shaking his head, and he can't work out what has happened here. He's not played his game
60
as Duff here. But Rowlands does generally give you opportunities.
Well, just to give you some sort of indication as to how much
55.
trouble Duff is in,
Richard, you
he could go
require
into his second game
136.
with a leg difference of -4. If Rowlands was to win 4-0, he would take his to +1 with 2 points, which is a guaranteed spot in the semis. I did not foresee him winning this game 4-0 at all. It never even crossed my mind.
60.
But it's a
Neil, you
very
require
realistic possibility if Neil doesn't take this
161.
big shot.
Are we seeing Richard Rowlands now seeing the finishing line here, and a couple of non-treble visits he's had has opened up for Duff, but honestly,
23. Richard, you require 76.
Unbelievably, this is to qualify after losing his first game 4-1.
36. Neil, you require 130.
I don't think he would know it either, though, Nico. That's the thing. He's the type of player that would not know that that double made the difference.
86.
I think you're right, Scott. I think he is oblivious to what could possibly happen in the next 1, 2 or 3 darts. Richard Rowlands has done it again. He's lost his first game 4-1, but he's still a semi-finalist. And Neil Duff is now on Nightmare Street. We might as well be playing darts on Elm Street, as far as Neil's concerned, because that 4-0 loss, and he's now got Darius Labanowski to play. He has got a mountain to climb when he plays the Lithuanian in a couple of games' time. It's another 4-0, our third of the night, and Richard Rowlands has now joined Bradley Brooks in the semi-finals. It's Gemma Hayter going up against Carl Wilson, and one of them is going home.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Richard Rowlands booked his place in the semi-finals after getting the better of Neil Duff by 4-0. This is what we've seen. Paul Nicholson has been watching every single dart in the commentary box. Back-to-back 4-0 wins for Bradley Brooks has seen him into the semi-finals. Rowlands is also through, but we don't know in what position yet. Darius Labanowski's Neil Duff will decide Group 2. Then we've got pretty much a knockout game, a quarter-final between Gemma Hayter and Carl Wilson to come in just a second. Paul Nicholson is alongside me, and it is fair to say the player of the night so far this evening is Bradley Brooks.
Yeah, I think the 100 average is a bit of a surprise. I think Bradley's been a bit up and down this week, but the great players can turn up when they need to and do what they have to. And Bradley has just given us the perfect group, winning all 8 legs, putting in 100 average, and he has cruised his way through to the semi-finals. And that will do his confidence the world of good. When he was winning his week in Series 7, he actually saved his best game for the final. The fact that he's put in the performance before the final means that maybe there's more in the tank.
He was never going to admit that he's on a bit of a free roll this evening, but because of what happened yesterday, can you almost relax a little bit, which is maybe why we're seeing this side of Bradley this evening?
I can understand why you would say that, but with someone with Bradley's reputation as a World Youth Champion and someone who was expected to make his way back to the tour in due course, I don't think he can walk into any darts tournament and expect to be free rolling anywhere. He's got a reputation to protect, and when he's playing, he's expected to succeed. And when he walks into here, a previous weekly champion, I think he's expected to succeed again.
Richard Rowlands, the other player through to the semi-finals. Fair to say a night of 2 halves so far.
Yeah, and there's another half to go. So it really stunned me, that previous game. I thought Neil would contend in it. I thought that maybe he would be the person to knock Richard out. But the symmetry, it's not exact symmetry, but it's very similar in the fact that Richard lost his first game 4-1, like he did in week 3 of the previous series. And the next game after that, he plays someone from the Emerald Isle, and then he gets the better of them and finds his way through to the semi-finals. It feels like it's the same as that previous week that he played. I just wonder if the same's going to happen again, because he played extremely well in that game against Duff.
Well, we know 2 of our semi-finals. We'll know a third come the end of this game, because we've got an effective quarter-final now between Gemma Hayter and Carl Wilson, and pretty much 80% of this crowd are supporting one or the other. Big game for both. First of all, how important could that crowd element be for the pair? Because they're both debutants, maybe not used to playing in front of a crowd like maybe some of the other players this evening would.
I think we can be really fair to both players in saying that they're at the infancy of their careers. Carl wants to do stuff. His winning of Group A has maybe come as a bit of a surprise, I think even to him. But he's ahead of schedule, and now that he is on the stage with a chance of making the semi-finals, he will want to make it even further. Gemma's maybe a little bit further ahead when it comes to competitive action and where she plays, but she will want this badly. She didn't do a great deal wrong against Brad. She was pretty much blown off the board. Carl didn't really perform in the first game of the night, so he's going to have to step it up. Otherwise, Gemma is going to bite him.
In some ways, does it help the fact that this is a straight knockout game? There's no permutations. You just know if you'll lose, you're heading for home.
Yes, and I think that probably plays into both of their hands, in fact. If you think about when Carl was playing on Wednesday lunchtime, when he needed to win his last match, how well did he play? He averaged 100. So something like that would be very handy right now. But when it comes to winning knockout matches, we're talking about Gemma, in the space of the last week, has won a tournament against the best ladies in the world. So they've both got everything going for them. It's just a question of who wins it.
Should be an interesting watch. The crowd will most certainly be engaged by this one. It's Carl Wilson against Gemma Hayter. It's our 5th match of the evening session. Paul Nicholson's going to make his way to the commentary box to join Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. Our players here in this one, game 5 of the evening. It's a pretty straightforward thing, this. Pretty straightforward run thing.
No.
It's winner takes all between Gemma Hayter and Carl Wilson. And they've had the added pressure a little bit here that they've actually been out on stage for a good 5 or 6 minutes now.
First leg, it's
while
Gemma to
those
throw
interviews were
first.
going on in the studio,
Game
and
on.
as you can hear from the crowd, these are the two most local players here, and Paul Nicholson said earlier this could be a spicy match for the crowd, and I think he hit the proverbial nail on the head with it.
100.
I suppose you could call this a game of Hampshire versus Sussex. There's a little bit of a rivalry between the Darling counties, but this is singular. This is all about playing for yourself. Can you make the semi-finals to keep the opportunity alive of being the
45.
first weekly winner of the series?
Yeah, absolutely, mate. And I think, as you quite rightly say, the
80.
sport has changed slightly since our day of playing in the county. You had to do well for your teams then to appear as an individual at anything. Nowadays, there are direct routes without going the team route, and
100.
I think that develops a player slightly differently, playing for yourself from the start. I think you need to learn both to be a complete player.
60.
But tonight, this is all about you as an individual and trying to take home the bacon.
90.
I could not agree with you more, Scott. Because I've met players in the past who didn't thrive in team environments, but in singular
60.
environments like this, they thrived. So it'll be fascinating to see how these players get on. I just have a feeling that we are
40.
looking at a potential 4-3 here. 131 is the magic number.
131.
And that's exactly what is found.
Call require 126.
She's there first, and not forgetting that treble bounce out as well.
101. Gemma, you
Second
require
close call on the
40.
bullseye tonight for Carl. Gemma said her strength is the scoring. It's just a question of whether the doubles are found.
No score.
And on this
Carl,
occasion,
you require
the double is not
25.
found. Very close call on the single 9.
Game
And he
shot
takes
the
full advantage of it
first
to get his first leg of the
Carl
night.
Wilson. Second leg, it's Cole to throw
Wilson
first.
supporters definitely like that
Game
one.
on.
There's been a few decent Wilsons in the sport of darts. Stu Wilson, who's played here, plays for Lancashire. I believe he's playing against your mob tomorrow.
I will be seeing him
84.
tomorrow. Yeah, good shout.
What about John Thomas Wilson? One of the greatest players of all time.
James Wilson, of course, from Yorkshire. Jamie Dodger or
95.
Lethal Biscuit, whichever you'd like to be known as. And I can understand where he's come from. I did
86.
nearly choke on a Jamie Dodger once. So, yeah, that is a Lethal Biscuit if you're doing that with him.
Oh, this is pretty lethal from Carl. He's definitely stepping it up a notch here.
37.
Gemma, the 5th lady to make it to a Saturday night here in Portsmouth, alongside the likes of Sherrick,
100.
Ashton,
Carly
Van
require
Leuven
129.
and Greaves. Only one of them has won, and that was Bo, of course.
89.
But Carl's starting to motor in this game. This is a lot better when it comes to quality than what we saw in his first game, where he
Carly
averaged only
require
40.
73.
But don't you think that's understandable in the situation for him? You know, to win Group A and then come here as that.
20.
You know,
Gemma,
I
you
did that and I
require
didn't deal with it
110.
particularly well. You know, and I've been, you know, around the block a bit.
Oh, another close
70.
call on tops.
Carly require 20.
Gemma's had a chance in both legs. She could be 2-0 up.
No score.
She could still be 1-1 thanks to that miss from Carl.
40.
We saw him do that in his previous game this evening, didn't we?
Game's on the second leg. Gemma Hayter. Third leg, it's Gemma to throw first. Game on.
This place has really come alive in the last 10 minutes. Not just because of what we saw from Richard Rowlands and what we've seen from Brooks as well. I make that the third time tonight she's had that kind of deflection. And the only thing I can think of that makes that happen is those little metal flight protectors on the top of the flights.
82.
The barrel is hitting that metal before it hits the board.
Yeah, I commented yesterday on those and saying that I hadn't seen many of those. She doesn't seem to have any on the top of hers. It might be the ring halfway down, maybe. Or has she taken them off?
I think she's taken them off.
140.
If that's the case, I think that's really good intelligence. It's awareness. You have to do what you have to do.
140.
And sometimes that's about tailoring what you've got up there. Just how big will it be that Wilson missed double 10 in the previous leg? Because it does feel like Gemma's getting her groove on now.
The pace is suiting both players. It's a pace that they're both looking very comfortable at indeed.
82 remain. 139 is his biggest, well, one of his biggest finishes he's ever hit under pressure. It was hit 60-39 tops earlier in the week. How's this one for Gemma?
6.
That's pure adrenaline, isn't it, Nico? We've both been there. It's left your hand thinking it's going to go, but your hand speed has been far quicker than usual. Wilson returns the favour from the previous leg.
The most competitive game of the night.
To throw first. Game on.
We might not even be at the halfway point of it as well. Give us more. And I suppose we are clamouring for more, considering we've only had 4-0s and 4-1s so far.
140.
It's a really interesting grip that she has right at the end of the barrel. She almost flings it in the same sort of way as Gerwin Price. Holds it right at the end, but gets the dart to stand up in the board.
43.
It's the same old darts that she's used for a long, long time.
180.
Well, curiously, she's got one flight protector in of 3 darts. Didn't make any difference there, did it?
No, maybe the others have pinged out. I used to use those
97.
way back in the day and stopped using them for that purpose. But I was getting the ones hit and drop out.
76.
I'd rather break a flight and the dart stay in than buy a new flight.
$60.
Now, Carl's going to be
148.
very displeased if he loses leg 4.
95.
He still has a chance to win it,
Carly require 161.
but this will be something extra special. Needs a 51. And the bull. Oh, another close call on the bullseye. And Gemma breathes again.
We're definitely seeing his Group A form here now. Gemma leaves tops again. And she's
13.
high again.
Carl, you require 25.
He's getting chances. He must take them. 88. And for the second time in the match, he ruthlessly and efficiently takes 25 out.
Fifth leg, it's Gemma to throw first. Game on.
He's now beginning to look a danger to the rest of the group, Carl Wilson, again, isn't he? Not just to do, not about the numbers, not about it's about coming through. He looks to be doing well in this situation. We thought he might be a little bit nervy, although we know the nervy one is to hit the winning double. So time could yet
42.
tell, but he's withstood a bit of pressure. He's taken his chances that you have to say Hayter could be 3-1 up here and he would have no qualms.
If Gemma doesn't win this match, I think she might have a little bit of a sabbatical from tops for a day or two.
100.
Because that double has told the story of this game.
49.
All you can do is win one leg at a time. You can't win the match in this leg if you are Gemma.
40.
Give yourself some chances by using your biggest weapon, which she says is her scoring.
60.
I have to agree. That is the case and has been for 2 days.
She's averaged more than Carl this week. So maybe she's right.
100. Gemma, you require 157.
Well, maybe it's a good thing she's hit that 54 because tops is now out of the equation.
Yeah, I think a change of destination is a good thing at times.
96.
I know
Gemma,
your
you
family and
require
friends will be watching, and when
24.
you've missed it 3 times, they want you to change. Nice guide.
Game shown
Yeah,
the fifth.
that's better.
Gemma Hayter.
As you can see, and here probably,
Sit there, it's Cole to throw first. Game on.
Carl will be thinking this has to go here with the darts. Gemma really has to be down and around in 12 from here, doesn't she?
60.
Maybe some of that form that she showed against Labanowski yesterday, averaging 94. Would that be enough in the last couple of legs? We're talking about 16 daughters. If she can find 2 legs of 5 visit quality, she's got a much better chance of winning this match from behind. First job is just to steer with Carl.
95.
She's done that. However, she's left a number that she can't leave a finish with the next visit, and Carl might.
100.
That could have been a lot worse for Gemma. This is a player that 12 months ago was not even contemplating playing competition. In your words, Scott, she doesn't look out of place. She looks like part of the furniture.
Yeah, very much so. And she did on Thursday and Friday. And like I said, she didn't limp over the line to get here last night. She went and beat Darius Labanowski to get here, who is everybody's favourite for the evening.
They are neck and neck
146.
in leg 6. The first chance to win the match is gone.
41.
And that slip into the single one might be just what Gemma needs.
$60. Carl, you
These are the days you play for. These are the days you play for.
Can you thrive under pressure? Can you hit the shot you need?
85.
Carl can't.
Gemma, you require
If Gemma
86.
can right here, we go to the one-leg shootout. It's more difficult than it possibly could have been. And Carl's got a visit to make his way through to his first semi-final on a Saturday night in Portsmouth.
20.
Last chance.
Game
And he's through to the last 4. Carl Wilson's done his job. And it turns out that Gok has won. He hasn't won the whole thing yet, though. He's done his first job, and he's made his way through to the semi-finals. Well done. Group A won, through to the semi-finals. And now he's got to focus on the next job which is to make the final. Unfortunately, on debut, Gemma Hayter can't make it through to the semi-finals. She had her chances, though. She missed 10 shots at double. Carl, well, it was enough. And now he can look forward to the semi-finals, as will we at the end of the Duff and Labanowski debacle.
Carl Wilson is into the semi-finals. Carl, many congratulations. You got a lot of people here tonight, a lot of supporters here for you. First of all, what does that feel like, that moment, hearing so many people shout out your name?
It's lovely. Words can't describe it.
In terms of that game there, you knew it was a knockout. You knew it was a game that you had to win. Did you just class it as just another game, just another knockout game? It's kind of all or nothing.
Yeah, well, I've done it all week here, so I just thought, keep your head down, just keep plugging away. And in the end, I was fortunate to come out the winner.
When you had those 3 darts in hand, it goes down to the last one. How are you feeling?
The old nerves are kicking in, that's for sure. I've just got to take that deep breath. I've done it before, just go again.
Into the semi-finals now. Dare to dream?
I'm not dreaming anything. I'm just taking one game at a time, and keep going from there.
They've been great tonight, haven't they?
They've been fantastic, and I can't thank them enough for spending their money to come all the way down here to support me.
Well, Carl Wilson is into the semi-finals. He's got a lot of people here to support him. We've got one more game to go in the group stages, and that sees Darius Labanowski up against Neil Duff. But ladies and gentlemen, one more time, Carl Wilson! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here from the Live Lounge in Porto, where we now know 3 of the 4 semi-finalists. We know Richard Rowlands is going to be there. We know Bradley Brooks is going to be there. And we now know Carl Wilson on debut is going to be in the final 4. He got the better of Gemma Hayter before the break. This final group game will determine who the final piece of that final 4 jigsaw puzzle is going to be, as Neil Duff takes on Darius Labanowski, being watched in the company of Paul Nicholson and Scott Mitchell.
To say that Neil Duff has a mountain to climb is a bit of an understatement, because
First leg,
The person who
it's
won
Neil
his
to
first
throw
game
first.
in Darius Labanowski is
on.
nearly averaging 100, who will be in no mood to relent against Neil. Neil has to win by either 4 legs to 0
100.
or 4 legs to 1. If he doesn't, he's not going to make the semi-finals on this occasion.
Yeah, we spoke about it earlier in the evening, didn't we, about legs difference and not going down by too many. And
140.
fortunately, that's what Duff did in his first one.
60.
Earlier in the evening, we were talking about the advantage of playing late in the schedule in the groups on a Saturday night, Scott. What we've seen from Richard Rowlands in this group is how you play it early. Even if you lose your first game, you go out there in your second game and you go bananas. And then you can make your way through before the third game in the group is even played.
You see, that situation, the way that the draw works as well, that Richard Rowlands was against the darts in his first match, and then he has the advantage of the darts against an opponent that hasn't yet graced the stage on the evening.
100.
And that's the tough bit, and that's all to do with where you fall in from what group. It's not randomly selected, it's all to do with where you qualify, and you know what place you qualify in and why. And before the Saturday night, you're more than happy to qualify and just be there. Then there are the scenarios of what we were just talking about, of being there, but you have to be in the right place at times.
99.
The word reliable has been used for Darius, not just over the last few months in Portsmouth, but maybe his entire career.
100. Darius should require
62 will give him a lead of 1 leg to 0, and it would ensure that Darius is in the final 4.
46.
Not just
Neil
yet.
Require 90.
No, that was a bit wide and handsome, wasn't it, from Darius?
Could be a good recovery for Duffman.
50. Darius
Double
should
top
require
is being
16.
denied any bedfellows in the last couple of matches. Just a little shift needed to the right-hand side to open up the angle.
Game
And he
shot
measured
the
that
first
so
leg.
well.
Darius
is in the final 4 again. Every time he makes Saturday night,
Second leg,
he's in the
it's Darius
semis,
to throw
at
first.
least.
Game on.
1 more leg, and he wins this group now.
Going back, and that was a beautiful shot from our production team of that 8-8, because it actually showed the angle
41.
of the flight when he was in the board right next door to the 8-8. The angle of the flight wasn't at a 45-degree angle, causing him a problem, and if he hit it, it would head off elsewhere. It was perfectly square, in a perfect position, and he went through that little square part of the flight and used it beautifully to hit his given target. And sometimes as players, we know sometimes the flight can be sat at the wrong angle to be having a go at that part of the board, and you have to go and throw high into the double or go somewhere else and go low. All part of practice, practice, practice. You learn these things.
Labanowski, by winning 1 more leg, will not just win the group, but he will eliminate Neil Duff.
57.
I've always said, if you have a chance to get rid of somebody early on a Saturday night, you do it. You do not give someone a second bite of the cherry. Just look at Rowlands. Labanowski did everything he could against the Welshman.
140.
But then he bounces back like a rubber ball in that famous song. And all of a sudden, Rowlands is now in the box seat to find his way into the semi-finals again himself.
Darius should require 95.
Here's the writing on the wall for Duffman. It is the bull to win the group.
Wow.
And it effectively knocks Duffman out as well.
Darius Labanowski.
Wow. Darius.
Third leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game.
You could rest an ice cube on his head at this particular moment in time and it would not melt. The man is super cool.
29.
If anybody comes up with a better simile than that in Series 9, I will tip my hat to them, but I don't think they will. I think that was genius, Mr. Mitchell, because you're absolutely right.
140.
This guy is 99% dart player, 1% Terminator. Or maybe I've got my maths wrong. It might be the other way around. Neil has had incredible success in this place over the last 18 months. But it looks very much likely like this will be the last time he will play on this stage this year.
100.
And for someone who loves playing in Portsmouth, that will not sit right with him when it sinks in tomorrow. And I think there's a really big, distinct advantage of winning Group 1 or 2 or 3, Scott, because there was a lot made at the end of Series 8 about people winning weeks 10, 11 and 12, having momentum going into Champions Night or Champions Week. But I think winning Week 1 in particular gives you the opportunity to plan how you prepare, like Tom Sykes did in the previous series. And he made Champions Night.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? I think fatigue's a little bit part of this for Duff, man. He's been here, like you say, for 3 weeks. Yes, he's had the odd day off, the Sunday off and what have you.
Area should require 104.
He's made every Saturday night.
Here he goes on double 16. And he just does not relent. It's another brilliant performance from Labanowski. And he might send Duffman home.
Fourth leg, it's Darius to throw first.
Legless.
Game on.
A forlorn figure there of Neil Duff. And the writing's on the wall.
39.
I've got a question to ask you because we might only have 2.5 minutes. I personally think that the next time we see Neil after this, he has got to figure out this equipment situation. He's got to figure out which darts to use. What do you think about it?
I've actually approached him about this subject, and I said, you know, they're swapping about and this, that, and the other, and he said, Scott, they both feel exactly the same. I said, so why are you swapping about? Because he said they feel the same to throw. He said they look different to you guys to watch, but he said they feel the same to throw. He said
125.
That's really interesting. Which means in his mind it's not as big a thing as it maybe is for someone like us. What we can say at this juncture as well is that Richard Rowlands is in the semi-finals again after losing his first game 4-1. It might be at this stage that Neil Duff is just mentally drained. And I wouldn't blame him if he is.
I wouldn't. I've played full weeks here and been mentally drained, not full 3 weeks. But now he's, you know, he's a wry smile when it's been going wrong this evening. And
60.
Remember, one wet day doesn't make a winter.
140.
I'll remember that in December when it's pouring, Scott. But
132.
I'm always gonna trust a farmer when it comes to the weather forecast.
But it won't be just the one wet day, I promise you.
Are we looking at a hot spot at the end? We aren't.
51.
It's actually a bit of a stumble.
86.
Labanowski Maseka like hen's teeth here this evening.
Game's on the fourth leg.
Well done, Neil Duff. Making light of the situation.
Fifth leg, it's Neil to throw first.
He did not want to be someone who goes up on that stage and loses every leg he plays on a Saturday night. That would be embarrassing for someone of Neil's stature and pride. The fact that he was able to take that 86 in 2 just goes to show that it is sometimes about the small victories, not always about the big ones.
Yeah, absolutely. We do say lots of darts players do have characters. Sometimes you don't see it up there on stage. Those of you that meet us away from the stage will say, oh, you're nothing like what you play up on stage. And we all have our own individual persona up there in the way that we think the game should be played, the way that we think we should play the game, and also sometimes the way our sponsors would like us to play the game.
140.
It's just another year where Darius does his own thing, whether that's on the PDC Pro Tour, whether it's in Nordic and Baltic darts,
140.
whether it's here. Some things just don't change. That action hasn't changed. Hello.
180.
It's another big performance from Labanowski, who doesn't fail to average 90 on a Saturday night.
85.
In weeks like this, he makes mid to high 90s averages look normal, which is ominous for everybody else. Does Duffman have another trick up his sleeve?
57.
Well, he's thrown with an element of freedom now that he's got that leg, and he knows he's not going through. So why wouldn't you go and hit this?
Game shot.
Lovely stuff from Neil Duff.
Neil Duff. Sixth leg, it's Darius.
Definitely now in the more relaxed mode. But there will be a point that will hit him in a minute and say, why has this been? Why haven't I done this all night? Why haven't I thrown with this freedom?
57.
Well, everything is sorted in group number 2.
100.
We know who's going through. We know who's won the group. Hence, we know who's got the darts in the semi-finals. Bradley Brooks will have the darts in semi-final number 1, and Darius will have them in semi-final number 2.
95.
Coincidentally, just looking back at the history books, the lowest average that Darius has ever had on a Saturday night in this building is 90.63.
125.
And that is the only game he's ever lost on a Saturday night to Cameron Crabtree.
$133.
He's really hanging in there now. Duff has found his mojo once more.
60.
It might not be his second wind. It might not be his third. It might be his 7th or 8th. But I guarantee you one thing, it will be his final wind of this series.
100.
Labanowski will have a chance to put Duffman away
100.
in 6 legs.
Darius should require 160.
Second game in a row that's going to take at least 6 legs to get this game completed. And we might just be getting a 7th.
$84.
Yeah, well laid up. But has
76.
Duffman got more? He wants to give more to the crowd and himself. And we're going to leg 7.
Nailed up. 7th and final leg is Neil to throw first.
So hands up those who thought Neil Duff was dead and buried at 3-0.
Present.
Present and correct.
100.
Never write off Duffman. I wonder what the next chapter is going to be in his career. Because there will be more success.
53.
It's just a question of where. But that argument, it's not an argument, it's a discussion about the best overall weekly champion that we've had, West
100.
or Duff. And you get into the likes of Harrison and Littler. it will rage on into 2025. And both West and Duff have been eliminated this week.
100.
Oh, this is really good from Neil.
140.
This might be the second game that Darius has lost on a Saturday night.
He just needed to get himself back with the darts.
180. There we go. 161.
I hate to say the obvious, Darius. You shouldn't have left yourself on 348.
45.
Easy for us to say. But this game isn't done yet. Darius may just get himself a bit of a chance here.
He knows he has to have a double treble visit. And that one was a bit of a flopsy dart for Darius.
41. Now we require 160.
Chance to win. And now a chance for Darius to win.
56. Darius should require 127.
This would be heartbreaking for Duff. It would be like twisting the knife. But I don't see any knife twisting. It'll be interesting to see what Neil does if he hits this. Because this will be his parting
60.
shot potentially. In week 1 of Series 9. It is farewell to Neil Duff. The second time that Darius has lost on a Saturday night, but he's still alive. Really good mark of respect there from the Duff man, because we've had him here for 3 weeks. He's not going to be here next week, and it looks like he's not going to be in Champions Week either on this occasion. It's a very good performance. He was dead and buried, but you never count the Duff man out, and he wins by 4 legs to 3.
Very good dart. He's done it. Not today.
Yeah, there was a chance, but there's no chance there.
FG's taken over here, and he's.
Definitely not only.
He thinks it's it.
Yeah, no, I'm not giving you that.
The back end of the leg here, and it's not going to go the way I thought it was there. I was about to mention the fact that we do have that rule in place.
That was a great marker. And a great win for Ginge, who goes through. Oh, he's found it away days. He couldn't find the treble, but he can find the doubles. And he's found himself in the next round. Great dart. And I can't help but think that... Take up the 7 now for sure. Oh, and he's found it. Sean Nyland has knocked out Darts for Fun, the favourite for the singles competition and the winner of the pairs.
Is too bad an idea considering how the first 18 darts have gone for Ellis.
Is this the first time we're seeing tag team darts?
Oh, I'm not sure.
You're making the most of it, lads.
Time supporter and friend of
no,
Ellis.
maybe not. Not 1 second. Okay. Up we
Hold
come.
on.
What's
We're
your
doing the
name?
same now.
Okay, Jaden, you require 74.
He knows where he's going. 56, double 20. Oh, that's a good effort. That's a very good effort. He throws a lovely dart. I think we should send one of them down and let one of them play against Jaden. That's a good dart.
Plenty of dartboard to use for one of the most unorthodox ways you'll ever see a semi-final being won.
And that is good.
It's a nervy game, a nervy encounter. He is the favourite now to go on and win it, and he's trying to get... Struggled today with a bit of nerves. And that extra moment, that little bit of pause, that little bit...
Second dart.
Calm down a little bit, just to relax into the game.
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one coming into it, sir.
One of the things he either loves or hates in a darts time. And he loves it! But that is...
It's Angry Jim!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the group stage action has been completed on this Saturday night. Scott Mitchell has been watching every single dart in the commentary box, and we are now down to a final four. It kick-started with a comprehensive 4-0 victory for Bradley Brooks. He won his second match 4-0. Carl Wilson won the knockout game in Group 1 against Gemma Hayter by 4 legs to 2 wires. In Group 2, it saw Richard Rowlands and Darius Labanowski make it through. Neil Duff, the player who departed. Scott Mitchell, as I say, is alongside me here on stage to talk about all of the action. And Scott, only one place to start. That's Bradley Brooks. Played 2 of the first 3 matches, won them both 4-0, and he may have had to use up 1 or 2 lives yesterday, but tonight he has done all the work himself.
You've taken the words right out of my mouth. I couldn't agree more. I thought that he was going to come in tonight knowing that he's used 1 of his 9 lives and wouldn't take a risk. He showed that in his first 2 games. He hit the ground running. He bossed his group. He made it his. He sat in the back room with his carpet slippers on waiting for the semi-finals.
Especially when you look at that game against Gemma Hayter, 100.2, 60 darts, averaging 15 darts a leg. It's that standard at this level that's going to win you titles, win you tournaments.
It's what you have to do on a Saturday night here. The Saturday night feels so different that when you actually make it here to the Saturday night, you look back at the week and the 5 days and think, well, you know, that's the floor show. I've now got to turn up. This is the day I've got to turn up. This is the day that I can't afford to make mistakes. And if you kind of get it right, you've only got to do 4 games right. That's what you've got to remember. All week you're playing 25 games. You've just got to get 4 right on the right night.
Carl Wilson, the other player to make it through Group 1, involved in that knockout game against Gemma Hayter. He's got a huge contingent of supporters just behind your shoulder, and it felt like in that game against Gemma, he used that to his advantage.
I thought he was going to fluff his lines early doors. He missed a couple of darts at doubles, and then the tables turned in that game, and then Gemma started missing doubles, offering up opportunities. And there's an old guy used to tell me the easiest thing to do is hit a dart at a double when your opponent has missed it before you, but it's the risk of letting your opponent have a go at a double before you. And that's exactly what he did to Gemma, really, in the end of that game.
In terms of Group 2, Richard Rowlands got himself into the semi-finals. That was despite a heavy defeat in his first match against Darius Labanowski, but that 4-0 victory against Neil Duff was enough to see him into the semis. He just has a formula for Saturday night.
I think the formula is not give up or actually put himself in that deep of the mire that he comes out and throws with a bit of freedom, knowing it's last chance saloon for him. And it seems to work for him each time he comes here. He wasn't convincing to get through the group in any way, shape or form, but he does enough to get through. He's done it now in this mini group tonight. He does just enough to get through, and that has to make him a contender.
What about Darius Labanowski? What will be your assessment of his evening so far?
Well, I think I set it up. He looked really, really cool at 3-0 there. You could balance an ice cube on his head and it wasn't going to melt, was what I said in the commentary box. And I felt absolutely right. But then the Duff man threw with a bit of freedom. Darius would not have wanted to go into that semi-final with a loss. Even though he's throwing first, he still wouldn't have wanted to go into that semi-final with a loss, because it just chinks your armour a little bit. If he'd have gone in with 2 wins, you come in, you bounce your step up onto the stage and you know things are going well. That may make him a bit vulnerable in this semi-final.
And so into the semi-finals we go. And the first one is going to see Bradley Brooks in action up against Richard Rowlands. Now, Bradley hasn't played since Game 3, so as good as he has been, he's had a little bit of time away from the board. Do you think that'll affect him at all, or do you think he'll just carry on and get on with it?
He's had tour cards. He's been at development tours. He doesn't need to be told how to prepare for this game. He would have been looking at the other games, ignoring some of them. He'd have been out there practicing, just sitting down at the right times, practicing at the right times. He'll be ready for this. Don't worry about that.
In terms of Richard Rowlands in that semi-final against Bradley, we know what kind of match player he is. He'll just go with the flow. Is that difficult to beat? How difficult is that to beat?
Well, the one thing you know is he's not going to be able to move him along. So there's going to be a pace to the game that he's going to have to get used to pretty early. And we've seen him slow himself down over the week against the slower players, so he knows how to deal with it. I think that it could be tight, but it's only if Richard Rowland gets given chances.
In terms of the other semi-final between Darius Labanowski and Carl Wilson, you've got Carl, who's got the crowd here, but he's fairly inexperienced, whereas Darius has played in front of any stage, any environment, any atmosphere in this sport.
I've played him at a World Championships, and he is very difficult to beat. His better game is up on stage, Darius, and we've seen it this evening. He looks fairly comfortable this evening until Neil Duff rattled him. But I think he knows what to do here. He's got the darts as well. He's one of those thinking players, Darius. He will be happy that he has the darts, and he will probably wish that he can take advantage of that. He's one of those. He knows the game, and he will be happy to have the advantage of the throw. And I think that could be the difference in that one.
Just quickly, a word on this crowd. They've been superb tonight, haven't they?
They've been really good. They've been really respectful. You know, it's easy to get carried away for your player here. You're very close, and as a player being up here, you can hear a mutter, a murmur, a bang of a glass. So they've been really respectful tonight. Let's hope that continues, because then we can all have a good evening.
Scott, thank you for your company for now. It is time for the semi-finals here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and it is time to see whether Bam Bam can make it to another Champions Week.
It's Bam Bam Bradley Brooks!
Ching for does it. Is it ka-ching for Bradley Brooks? Bullseye! Spectacular. That is how to do it, Bradley Brooks.
Find the 1-2-1 here. Yes is the answer.
It's just sensational.
Double his lead, tops. Beautiful finish there from Bradley Brooks, and he is here to play today.
Something that may have to go. Brooks now the 1-2-6. Finds the 2-19. It's a double six. That's spectacular for Bradley Brooks.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It is time to meet the semi-finalists. Would you firstly please welcome to the stage, here's our former PDC World Youth Champion, it's Bradley Brooks!
I am number one, not number two. If I'm not the one,
And would you please welcome his opponent? He is a former Modus Super Series weekly winner. It's Richard Rowlands!
It's Brooks, it's Rowlands for the first place into the first final of Series 9 here, the Modus Super Series. Who's going to prevail? Let's find out in the company of Scott Mitchell and Paul Nicholson.
I think we're all very keen to see who makes the first final of the series. But these guys have something in common. They've both won weeks before. Bradley won in week number 7 in Series 7. He couldn't get the jackpot in that series, though. He didn't even make the Champions Night. But this guy could say exactly the same about Series 8 when he was winning week 3, which doesn't feel that long ago. But it's all about the present now. Only one of them can make the final tonight. Bam Bam will have the darts, and Scott Mitchell, he hasn't lost a leg yet.
No, absolutely. We sort of touched on it on stage where he's one of his lives up to get through and needed Duff to help him out. And ironically now Duff Man has gone. Brooks is still here.
Game on!
And he's still here emphatically. He really did come here and boss the group. And he did say in his interview earlier, he wasn't coming here to come second. He felt he could win it. And on the performance
57
of his first 2 games, you have to kind of agree.
And Bradley won his 2 games with averages of 85 and 100. Richard actually lost his first game with a better average than the one he won with. With a difference of about 6 points. Darts is a fickle beast. But when you're hitting shots like 177, that gets everybody's attention. He's stolen the darts, and he's only thrown 3 of them in the match.
I can inform you he's not on the 9 with that big 5 with the first dart.
4 players left. Who's your pick, Scott? Has it changed from earlier tonight, or is your person that you picked in your own mind still there?
The person that I picked in my own mind, yes, is still here. And, yeah, he's playing in the semi-final.
95.
And the second person that I thought would make the final is still here, and he is playing in the first semi-final.
40. Richard, you require 144.
He was hoping to be on 144 after 6. But you'll take 144 when your opponent is only at the halfway point of the leg.
43.
I just wonder if that break between game 3 and this 7th game of the night might just scupper Bradley a little bit, because that was quite a sizable gap.
133.
Yeah, absolutely. I've done it that way as well. I've done it playing that way as well. And yes, it does feel a while to the semi-final.
44 left. And double 16, which was at his mercy at one point on this stage. And it is again. And the game that I'm referencing is when he won in week 3 of the previous series. He had an awful time of it in the semi-finals. The last time he was in a semi-final. The game that he played was against Ross Montgomery. He won the game by 4 legs to 2, averaged 86. A fairly regulation performance here on a Saturday night, you could say. But Richard missed 13 darts at a double in that semi-final.
180!
And the majority of those misses were for the match. But like I said, he still won that game. And then in the final, he didn't miss a double at all. And most of them were at double 16.
100.
He started this semi-final well. And I think Richard is one of those players who, the better you play against him, the better he concentrates, and the better he plays. He'd have seen what Brooks had been doing earlier this evening and know that his first game was nowhere near enough to trouble him. His second game, with the way that he finished, was... And he's now continued to play that game, and he has to keep Brooks under the cosh.
57.
And I said up there with Henry that Brooks has a second game. He can play that rat-tat-tat game. But the thing with this lad, he can also do that slower game against players like Richard Rowlands here. He's got gears, and his levels are good in both gears.
Well, we're about to find out whether he can play at the slower pace. The last time he was in a semi-final on a Saturday night,
100.
he was up against
Richard, you require
Big David
124.
Brzezinski. He won by 4 legs to 1. And it just goes to show that they have something else in common, these two. They've both averaged 86 in a semi-final and both won. Something is going to change here in the next 10 to 15 minutes.
43. Bradley require 106.
I think Brad needs this. He needs something to happen. You make it happen. Double top.
86.
And that one didn't come out of his hand right. It flopped at the end.
Yeah, 100% agree with that statement. Sometimes you need that shot to just put a little more fire in the belly. You don't want Richard Rowlands to be getting goes at these.
Can we classify that as a fortunate treble 7? It will be if he hits tops.
41. Bradley require.
Straight down the line on the right-hand side for the equaliser and the break back.
Game shot the second.
The 10 has been his friend
Bradley
this week.
Brooks.
He's gone to that double at
The leg
times.
is Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Four times Steve West has won weekly titles in a year. In a year. In 2023.
41.
Incredible effort. I don't think that's ever going to happen again. These guys are going for 2. And that in itself is remarkable.
One.
And Darius is going for 2. Carl Wilson is going for his first.
And believe me, they are not easy to get.
100.
Yeah, I don't see anybody at the front door giving them out. Just making a Saturday is hard enough. Winning on the Saturday is another thing altogether.
125. 130.
When your treble 20 is not cooperating the way that you want it to, your ultimate cover shot has got to cooperate if you want to get the victories that you need. And right there, Bradley gets himself a 1-dart lead courtesy of that 57.
Brooks is not what I call a stubborn player. He is quite happy to start chasing around the board. Treble 17, treble 19, treble 18. And he's off again. And it's a perfect dart for him. And again, he picks up there. So Rowlands, you feel, needs a double treble visit here to treble the 130. But he doesn't want that to be one of the double trebles.
He's got 17s as a backup here. But whatever you do, don't go 19s.
85.
That I can get behind.
Bradley require 130.
He got it right this time. But leaving 130, that was not an accident. Because this is an easier shot than some of the others around it, like 131.
105.
You're about to find out how difficult 131 can be.
131.
This has been hit to win a world title. That man's name was Philip Douglas Taylor. And he went that way.
91.
Old school, you
Bradley
see.
require 25.
Double 12. Usually a friend.
Game shot the
Just when you need a friend,
Bradley Brooks.
one shows up. He's got some support out there.
Richard to throw first.
And sometimes you need one or two familiar voices out there just to give you that extra pepper on your steak.
And sometimes it's only got to be one or two voices that can rattle your opponent as well.
59.
Look at that crowd, expectant. They've got no idea who's winning tonight. And I feel exactly the same. Sometimes you see
81.
people dominating. I suppose like Bam Bam did in Group 1 tonight. But did that give us the indication that he was going to dominate the semis and the final? I don't think so. One thing Connor Scott went for on Champions Night was the perfect series. Win Group A, win Group 1, win the Saturday. Win Group A, win Group 1, win the whole thing. He came up just short. That has been done before by the most mentioned name in this place, Luke Littler. But predominantly, 99.9% of the time, people win the week by doing the old up and down whole week.
Yeah, absolutely. And
90.
you don't like to mention the word momentum in a game at this pace, but it's definitely swinging in the direction of Bradley Brooks, and Rowlands needs to find a few of these and dig very deep if he's going to trouble the young man
100.
in this
Bradley,
leg.
you require 150.
Well, that doesn't help. He could do with the treble just to make the next shot a little easier, which he's found. That is a glorious third dart. And I think you're right, Scott. Not all sport is rat-a-tat-tat. Just look at strongman when they're trying to pull a truck or a plane. It takes time. But it's impressive. Just like that is.
77. Bradley requires
Bradley's
68.
finding it very, very hard to get rid of Richard. Double 10. Oh, that's world class. That's why he's a world youth champion. And at the age of 24, he's got more experience in less than a quarter century than most veterans.
Game on.
Agreed. That's why they call it the development tour, mate. They're developing you.
140.
Richard is now on the ropes.
$85.
When your record on a Saturday night is pretty much flawless, you've been there once, you've won once. You come back for your second one, you expect to win again.
41.
Someone is about to get a little bit of the old emotional damage. I think our good friend Chris Mason would classify it as scar tissue.
100.
And he would be absolutely correct. You show me your scars, mate, and I'll show you mine. We both got them.
Seriously, Scott, I've got more scars than Drax. This is a huge opportunity now. I love the old silent celebration, don't you? Very respectful.
You don't often see it in darts, to be fair.
You could start a new trend. Go crazy, but silent.
45.
Well, Richard Rowlands is still in this match because Brad couldn't leave a finish there. But he's got to be really crafty from this number if he doesn't find trebles. 19 should be the switch. He should go bull.
40.
He didn't know about that route that could have left him a finish. And because of that, the tactical weakness might be his downfall.
96.
Could well be. I was watching you tell him where he should be going there and thinking, I don't think he's going to end up going there, mate.
I don't think that's in.
60.
None of them are.
Bradley, you require 79.
A chance to beat Rowlands and to knock him out before he causes any more trouble. That might be quite a fortunate treble 3. Turns out it wasn't.
25. Richard, you require 131.
You can see the finish line coming, can't he? And he'll off to that 39 again. This time he hits double 16 to save himself.
115. Bradley, you require 54.
We did think it could cause more trouble. He almost did. Double top. He's just checking to see if the single's in. It is. The question remains, will tops be in? And trusty 10s isn't this time. Rowlands is dodging bullets
16.
like Neo in his trench coat.
But his aim now must be true.
Last chance.
Game
He doesn't
from the
fail.
fifth leg, Richard Rowlands.
He looks like a player who's not playing under pressure. 2 match darts missed by
Sixth
Bam
leg, it's
Bam.
Richard to throw first.
We might just be getting started in this one. That
Game
one's a
on.
break back.
One thing you can say about Richard Rowlands is you can never accuse him of not enjoying himself. He feels every dart, he throws every dart like it's his last and enjoys every one of them.
60.
He definitely milks the cow more than most. He gets more hockey time than your usual dart player. I mean that in the nicest possible sense, by the way.
58.
But if you're Bradley Brooks right now, how are you feeling? I can say from my point of view, you missed 2 match darts. And you say to yourself, why am I not walking off the stage? Why couldn't I just hit that tops or 10s? You have to forget about that mindset the same sort of time it takes to flip a card over.
But like you said, you just hit the nail on the head. That's a negative mindset. You cannot think, I'll just add 2 at this. Your attitude has to be, now I've had 2 at winning it, I know what it feels like. It's a totally different mindset. If I get another go at this, I know exactly what to do. And it has to be that mindset.
100.
Otherwise, you start burying yourself in the sand.
One of my old pairs partners and a very close friend of mine from the northeast of England once said,
58.
if you've gone through something like this, he'd say, well, it makes it exciting.
And exciting it is for everybody else, not the 2 that are playing.
I always thought when he said that he was
140.
trying to take the pressure away. That statement was way ahead of its time because this game is very exciting now. That's a glorious 140.
140. Richard to require 140.
This is a very fair fight. Their averages are almost identical to this point.
$125.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Bradley require 146.
He couldn't finish it on a small shot. Can he finish it on a big one? There's your answer. Should go down to the 17s now. He could even use treble 9 if he wishes.
96. Richard, you require 60.
Double 8 got him to 3-2. Does it take him to 3-3?
Game
Right in the top corner, and we're going the distance
Richard Rowlands.
for only the 2nd time tonight.
7 for the final
Rowlands
leg. It's Bradley
continues
to
to
throw
find a
first.
way.
Game on.
They might as well nickname Richard Rowlands the cockroach because he's pretty hard to get rid of.
121.
Even with a start like that, Rowlands will believe that he can break in this last leg. I think this is a really good switch. I don't think that dart went in at the perfect angle.
$98.
I'm in agreement with you there. It was, you could just see there was a slight little snatch in the throat. And that made the dart sort of go inside to out. But he did enough.
76.
Oh, that's massive, massive. He was nearly 45-degree angle, level with the floor there, with his feet still behind the hockey. So still a legal throw, but he went with the dart there, did Brooks.
Yeah, there was a lot of shoulder in that. And the reason for that shoulder action at the end was he was trying to save the
59.
shot because, like you said, Scott, he was tilting over. When you lose your height, you try and use your shoulder to rescue the shot. Stay tall and you'll be fine.
140.
Rodney Harrington used to say that a lot when he was commentating on darts. Keep your height.
$100. Bradley, you
He
require
did a second, didn't he, in that visit?
The one thing you don't want to do here is go for the bull on the 164, in my opinion. You just set it up nicely. You take a big, deep breath.
92.
You come back and you get it done.
No guts, no glory. Play to the crowd.
It plays to that whole video thing that we've done for the Modus Super Series. If you're on 170 and your opponent's not on a finish, do you go for it or do you lay up? Well, there's no more laying up. If he doesn't hit it, he runs the risk of losing this semi-final. Double top.
32.
The finest of margins. And does Richard Rowlands have anything left up his sleeve?
Bradley Brooks had fatter points then. He would be in the final.
What a lie that is for the 54. Oh, it turns out it wasn't good enough. I thought there was no way he could throw that dart like that and it not hit the treble 18, but it turns out there was
51.
a way that he could miss it.
Bradley, you require 40.
The only person in this match who has had match shots is the man throwing right now. And he's through to the final. It wasn't attritional by any stretch of the imagination. It was a very fair tussle. They were pretty much level the entire match, but it was Rowlands who fought back, took it to leg number 7, and Bam Bam winning Group 1, giving him the darts. That gave him the upper hand, and he's into another final on a Saturday night. They are the averages. Look at the doubles percentages as well. Very, very, very close. And in 7 legs, it's the person who had the throw who makes the final. And now we'll find out who Bradley Brooks will play. Will it be Wilson or Labanowski?
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Bradley Brooks raced away with proceedings against Richard Rowlands before then prevailing in a last leg decider to progress his way through to the final. A 4-3 win for Bam Bam seals his place in the finale, and he will take on the winner of our second semi-final, as you can see in your picture there. Darius Labanowski up against Carl Wilson, the debutant who has large swathes of supporters in the crowd. He really is riding off the crest of a wave, is Carl Wilson. It's been a superb debut for him. Up against Darius Labanowski, the plucky and definitely not lucky Lithuanian, who is looking to make it through to a second qualification finals night and pick up his second qualification title. It's game on in semi-final number 2.
It's a brilliant spot for Labanowski now. And he's through to the left, last 4. Carl Wilson's done his job.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It is time to meet the second set of semi-finalists. Firstly, would you please welcome to the stage is a former World Championship quarter-finalist. It's Darius Labanowski!
I am number 1, not number 2.
And would you please welcome his opponent? It's Gok Carl Wilson!
Well, Darius Labanowski picking his own route to walk onto the stage there ahead of semi-final number 2. But is he going to find the route towards glory once again here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth? He takes on Carl Wilson, who is looking to make it through to the final on debut. He has large swathes of supporters to the left-hand side of your picture there. He takes on Labanowski, the former World Championship quarter-finalist, being watched by the former BDO World Champion Scott Mitchell and the former Players Champion Paul Nicholson.
Yeah, time to find out who plays Bradley Brooks in the final then. And these two have experience of playing each other this week. Not tonight, but they have this week. Darius will have the darts because he won Group 2. Carl couldn't really take full advantage of having the darts at the start of the night. He lost to Brooks, but he would love a chance of revenge. And he will get that chance if he beats Darius.
Yeah, very much so.
First leg, it's Darius to throw first. Game on!
Seems like a long time ago that Carl lost 4-0 to Bradley in the first game of the night.
60.
They've both lost. They're both still here. But is Carl more prepared for this game, courtesy of winning that shootout with Hayter in game number 5? I think he is.
Yeah, I think you have to something there, mate. And I touched on this with Henry. Darius really would not have wanted to have had his armour chinked
85.
there in the last group game by Neil Duff. And he was 3-0 up as well. The Duff man reeled off 4 on the trot, so anybody having seen that would be thinking that that could also be a possibility for them.
So this is a new feeling for Darius on a Saturday night here.
140.
Losing a match and still being here. Because the last time he lost on a Saturday, that was a knockout match.
60.
So by virtue of that, this is unknown territory for both of these players, even though there's a chasm between their levels of experience.
Absolutely, and when Darius gets knocked out, he needs a little bit more than his bus fare home, because his home is a long way away.
52.
I can't imagine you can get a bus to Vilnius every hour from the local bus stop.
132. Darius should require 164.
Biggest checkout of the night, 122 from Richard Rowlands. I wonder if that's going to continue to be the
92.
case going into the
Charlie
final.
require 170.
Still is for now, that's for sure, but big fish for Wilson. He ends up with a cardboard
65.
box.
Darius should require 72.
He was picking these off with ease earlier on tonight. How's his tops?
Game
Pretty good. Doesn't give a great deal away. But right there, that little point to the sky as if to say, yes, I'm in control of this game.
Game on.
He just constantly reminds himself of what he should be doing, and
100.
that's what makes him difficult to beat. His focus is right up there for the top players. He really does have mental strength.
140.
I was only a kid when the Cold War came to a supposed end in the late 80s and early 90s. And I didn't know a great deal about Lithuania when I was growing up, but I have educated myself about that over the last few weeks. And the spirit that Lithuanian people have had to have in the last 30 to 40 years,
95.
it has to have something to do with the mental strength that Lucky D has in a sporting environment. It has to have some sort of effect.
100
must have a knock-on effect to a nation of next generation. And I think you're absolutely right. That's what we see here in Labanowski.
You look at some other people who have been in tough national situations in the past.
80. Can we require
They will look at darts and say
167?
it's just a game of darts. What is real pressure? But the pressure comes when you want something. And Carl wants to lay up.
135.
Nicely done. Nearly got the build-up wrong, and you just got it right there, Nico.
Just when his eyes deviated away from the centre of the board.
You know darts, you do, Nico. You know darts.
100.
How was he on double 16 to equalise then?
32.
I like that marker.
Game show
He likes that even more.
Carl Wilson.
Considering the journeys of these two dart
The leg,
players,
it's Darius to throw first. Game on.
it's because of the Modus Super Series that matches like this happen. Where else does Carl Wilson play Darius Labanowski? He doesn't. The only reason they are facing each other right now
100.
is because of this event. This place is where worlds collide.
125.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. It's I'm trying to think, where else would they play unless Darius went to the Rose and Crown maybe, and Royal Tunbridge Wells. I think you're absolutely right.
131.
I think Darius would like Royal Tunbridge Wells. It's a beautiful town. Have a little stroll through the pan tiles. The late Queen Elizabeth II had her
140.
official jeweller there. A shop that I can't afford to buy anything in. Not many people can.
Well, they don't let me in the door even, so you're doing better than me.
Well, that was an interesting face pulled by Darius.
68.
It's like he'd ordered borscht and he got chicken and noodle soup.
I thought you were going to say you ordered a Porsche and got a mini Metro.
115.
Oh, they like a bit of borscht in Eastern Europe and into the Balkans. Beetroot soup, by the way. You should use the bull here.
85. Carl, you require
25
121.
would have been a really, really good dart for him to leave him a 2-darter. By virtue of that miss from Carl,
81.
he's still in 3-dart territory, but at least it's a chance.
17.
Yeah, not to be now.
51.
Important to try and
we require 40.
leave a nice little single to double combo in case Wilson fluffs his lines here, but he doesn't fluff his lines. You can hear
from it's Cole
his adoring audience.
Game
the double
on.
10 and a breaker throw.
This dream is very much alive now, isn't it? Because somebody is thriving up there.
180.
To the delight of those people. Darius is now in trouble for the first time. Like our MC said, he's been to a quarter-final at the PDC World Championship. Maybe the best accomplishment of his career. It was definitely his biggest payday.
Very much so, and that's just why Wilson broke through and managed to take a 2-1 lead. Running that 100 average once again, and Lucky D is just off that 90 where he's been all week. The table really is turning here.
Well, that average right there,
99.
it proves something. Because on Wednesday afternoon, when Carl needed to beat Niels van Zanten to win Group A, he won by 4 legs to 1, and he averaged a shade over 100.
Carl, you require 164.
He can play well under pressure. And that's worked out really well. How he got that 3rd dart in. Somebody called Richard Feynman. I think Darius needs an assist.
100. Carl,
He's not going to get
64.
that from anybody else when he throws. What I mean is he needs a mistake from this guy. Double 4.
60.
There's the assist.
Darius, you require
Now
110.
he has to help himself.
Still not an easy shot, 110. Let's go on the 19s route. Then it's treble 17. Hasn't worked his way. 74.
50.
That didn't go his way either.
Require 4.
Surely, double 2. It's Wilson's time.
That's a better marker.
2.
And he's overshot it. One thing you'll learn is that there's a very fine line between an excellent county player and the next level. The level after that, there's another fine line between them. But you can't afford to give world-class players like Darius chances like this.
Game shot not 4 there.
And there's the posturing.
Darius Labanowski.
Our good friend calls that a bit of peacockery, doesn't he?
Darius to throw first. Game on.
But there's a lot of sense in it as well. It's completing the dart before you get the next one. One of my pet hates in this sport is when people are so impatient for the next dart that they don't complete the one they're throwing right now. Darius doesn't do that. I just wonder if that is a really, really big moment.
Mentally for Wilson it could be, because obviously he had his opportunities It was definitely Darius went 1-0 up, then 2 legs on the trot to Wilson. It was definitely a momentum swinger, if nothing else.
They have played each other 3 times this week.
59.
Darius has won 2 of them. And considering it was these 2 who were battling it out to win Group A in the first place, and they beat the next possible challenger by 10 points. That was an early indication that these 2 were going to be pretty hard to stop this week. But both people can't make the final. Winning Group A is
60.
one thing. Getting to the final is another.
$56.
The times when Darius has beaten Carl, he's done so by 4 legs to 2 and 4 legs to 1. The one time that Carl
41.
won, it was 4-3. He would take that right now. He'd take any win.
40.
Advantage Labanowski. This is interesting. He's thinking 95 minimum to leave 120.
95.
That's exactly what he's done. I think that was quite an interesting play, Scott.
60.
I agree.
Darius
It's giving
require
him
120.
120, and you feel if this goes, momentum continues to go with it.
80.
No real worry at the minute with Wilson back on 210, but here comes Wilson. Going to leave something handy.
132.
That's a great visit.
Darius
And he needed that
require
after
40.
the last 3 visits were trebleless. Is this visit doubleless? Oh, it is.
30.
Oh, how
Carl
things can
require
change in darts in as
78.
little as 5 or 6 seconds. Wilson was so out of this leg. But now he might win it.
66.
Another chance missed. He's had another
Darius
chance
require
in a second consecutive leg. He could actually have this match won right now.
Yeah, and Labanowski could not argue over that situation.
Game shown the
That is
fifth
brave.
leg.
That is brave
Darius
once again.
Labanowski.
Reminds me of the old thumbs with Andy Gilding with his old 180s. He's now
Cole to throw
we've now got the Bob Anderson
Game
double
on.
point from Darius Labanowski. Remember Bob used to do the 180 and give it the big point.
Yeah, one of the most iconic celebrations in the sport.
180.
See, now you or I would have just pointed at that 180, wouldn't you? You'd
Absolutely.
have just gone, hang on, son. Who's doing the finger pointing here?
Yeah, do it on homage to one of the greatest dart players and greatest people of all time.
44.
If you're watching, Bob, we hope you're well.
Yeah, one of my favourites, Winchester born and bred, Hampshireman. Just up the road from me. And I just love the way that he played with determination, and I always watched him as a kid and wanted to be that determined. I wanted to be that guy.
Well, how determined has Carl been in the first 6 darts of this leg?
121.
Just imagine if you're Carl waking up tomorrow and you've lost this match, thinking, I had enough chances to win it.
134.
But the way he's responded after losing that previous leg, it's been phenomenal.
And it's the bit you can't teach, Nico. This is what has to come natural to you as a human being. You cannot teach this part of the game.
140. Carly requires 62.
After a myriad of matches that didn't go the distance earlier on, it seems like that's all we're getting at the minute.
30.
But we'll press pause on that possibility for now. If he finds 32 next time, it will be the third consecutive game that has 7 legs in it. He'd like to leave 56.
140. Carly require.
What can he do under pressure this time? That's
Going
what.
to the 6th leg. Carl Wilson.
So is it going to be Bradley Brooks
7th and
against
final leg? It's
debutant
Darius
Carl
to
Wilson
throw first.
in the final,
Game
or will
on.
it be a battle of 2 former weekly champions in Labanowski and Bam Bam? In the previous semi, having the darts
100.
was monstrous. I wonder if it will be again.
$90.
Is it fair to say that there's no real exterior pressure on Wilson here, because Labanowski, from having the darts, winning his group tonight, he's expected to win this last leg?
I think that's a more than fair comment.
However, Carl won't feel that way, will he?
44.
No, Carl will have to feel that to start throwing tight and being safe is not the way to do it now. Throw with a bit of air of caution, but still with
82.
freedom.
There are nerves on the floor. Well, there's the 57 off. Just needs 300 more.
95.
Again, that's a really interesting play. And he may stay on the 19s with his next visit as well. Maybe that's the thinking behind it.
85.
I think Darius has been spending too much time with Madas Razma. But it works.
That's a dead certainty. Big, big buddies, those two.
132.
Oh, that's so smart. He would much rather leave 130 to win this semi-final than leaving 128
85.
or 129. That was elite
Darius
level
require
thinking from Labanowski.
130.
And look at Wilson on 159. He doesn't even have to hit it. That's why he's got the luxury of going 18s.
98.
And I just wonder if this number is going to be ringing through the ears of Wilson overnight. Nobody can take 159.
95.
And by virtue of leaving himself that number,
Darius, you require.
Labanowski might just
32.
put him away. Darius wins.
Shot and the match.
And having the darts in the
Darius
semi-finals,
Labanowski.
it really was the most important thing. Lucky? Nah, he's brilliant. And he's through to the final. A brilliant week for Wilson, and I am positive we will see him again. Well done on winning Group A and winning his way through to the semi-finals. Congratulations to him. But there's one more task for Labanowski when he comes back. If he beats Bradley Brooks, he will be a 2-time weekly champion in the same year. And that's exactly what Bradley Brooks is trying to do as well. That is what we've just seen. As for what we will see next, you'll have to stay tuned.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out the heavy defeats. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you
Labanowski.
saying about efficiency?
Shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. He gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Ross Smith is it
Darius Labanowski.
a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He was nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just like
Darius
that.
Labanowski.
all he needs is the one. And there you can see
that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him. And is. It was a great dive.
On the first leg, Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
On the second leg,
consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have our first final of Series 9 set. And it's going to see two former weekly winners go toe-to-toe to seal a second appearance at Champions Week, as Bradley Brooks takes on Darius Labanowski for the jackpot. The asset Paul Nicholson has been watching every single dart in the commentary box, and this is what we have seen on this Saturday evening. It kicked off with a 4-0 victory for Bradley Brooks against Carl Wilson. He followed that with another 4-0 win against Gemma Hayter. Carl Wilson got through that deciding game in Group 1. Neil Duff was eliminated from Group 2, and both the semi-finals going the distance. Brooks beating Rowlands 4-3. Labanowski beating Wilson by that same scoreline to set up the final we're going to see in around about 10 minutes' time. As I say, the asset is alongside. Let's go in chronological order. Begin with the first semi-final. Bradley Brooks getting over the line. He built a bit of a lead in that semi-final. Rowlands got himself back into it, but Bradley holding his nerve when it mattered.
Yeah, holding his nerve just when he needed to, really, because it proves that semi-final, the first one, that Richard is extremely hard to dispose of. You've got to have patience when you play him, and it's not me saying something against his pace. I've got nothing against it. It's just something that you have to have. You're standing at the back of the stage with a lot more thinking time than usual. If you're playing a former series champion like Andreas Harrison or Marvin van Velsen or Luke Littler, you're spending your time retrieving your darts, going to the back of the stage, then pretty much turning around and throwing again. What Bradley has shown tonight is great experience and patience and poise in very, very difficult circumstances, because someone was coming back at him, he was able to withstand it and still win. And that tells you where his game is at.
We've spoken a lot in recent weeks about Bradley's maturity, how since losing that tour card, he's really growing, not just as a player, but as a person a little bit. And we saw signs of that. And maybe 18 months ago, we wouldn't have seen that response in the last leg.
Do you know what? I think more so than ever in darts, we judge young people. And it's not just the boys, it's the girls as well. We judge them so avidly at such a young age. Bradley's been at the top of the game for about 8 years. Mm-hmm. He's only 24. He's probably a good 6 years away from anywhere near his peak. So anything he does in his 20s, it is building up to him being the kind of dart player he wants to be for the long period, if that's what he wants to do. This is just another part of his journey. Any loss that he has, any success he has, is just a way of gaining even more experience. It just so happens he's getting this experience a lot before other people are.
Well, he is going to take on Darius Labanowski in the final. The Lithuanian, who we thought as soon as he was going to be playing on this stage at the beginning of 2024, is going to be competitive for weeks, competitive for series. His second series here, his second weekly final here.
I'm not surprised in the slightest. I think the way he's responded after losing to Duff, being 3-0 up and losing is never a good thing. It's not a good feeling. So the ability to come back to the hockey, take full advantage of having the darts in the 7th leg and disposing of an opponent who had him in huge trouble. Just imagine if it had been 3-1 Wilson. He did have enough shots to win that game by 2 or 3 legs. He wasn't able to do it. And I think the key thing in the last leg is that Carl left 159 when his opponent was on something makeable, and that might haunt Carl for at least a couple of days.
Just a quick word on Carl. He had a lot of fans in here this evening. He's going to enjoy the experience, probably take a lot from his experience. Do you think that will stoke the fire a little bit for him?
Oh, yeah. I looked into his eyes earlier. I had a very brief chat with him. We were actually meant to meet each other earlier this year, but we couldn't do so. I was really looking forward to seeing what kind of a player he could be. And the fact remains is, if you come up short in something and you just get that little glimmer of the silverware, if you're not stoked by that and you want to go that step further, then there's something wrong with you. You obviously don't have enough hunger. But I see in Carl, I see enough hunger. He'll be back.
So, Carl Wilson not able to win week 1, but who is going to be successful in week 2? It all gets underway on Monday morning.
He stepped up to the mark today without getting the results, and now he's had that win. This could be the moment, though.
Will he? Why not? Oh, he has.
The 6th leg.
Absolutely sublime from Mike Warburton.
Norton's also found himself on a sizable out. The bullseye. Oh, that is superb! The bearded dragon breathes fire into the life of this game. It is a lineup stacked with experience. Martin Adams and Robert Thornton, two of the most experienced campaigners at the Modus Super Series, will be in Group B. The former champion, Andreas Harrison, he's going to be in Group A. And would you say that he's going to be the man to beat next week?
Oh, that's a big statement, Henry. When you've got the likes of Montgomery and Warby and Justin Smith, I don't even think Andreas Harrison wins that group. I think if he makes Saturday, he does it through a secondary group. I think somebody else might just pip him in the first 3 days. And he won't be bothered by that because he's won weeks before when he hasn't won Group A. So I look at someone like Justin Smith. I think he'll be super dangerous next week because he'll want to go one better than the previous series when, coincidentally, he lost the final in week 1.
Martin Adams, we know what he does on this stage. We all love watching Wolfie on the stage. We all like seeing the shirts he provides on the stage as well. Playing in the Group V, do you think that's going to be a benefit for him? Because we've seen maybe a couple of times in Group A, maybe the 5 days has just got the better of it.
I think we need to be realistic now with Wolfie. I think 2 days is perfect for him. And he can put everything he's got into those 2 days, whereas I think 5 leading into a 6th might just be a bit too much now. But I think we're all romanticising the possibility that him getting the weekly title would maybe put the cherry on the top of the last 2 years in this place, because he was here the very first night when Kieran Tian won that famous first Saturday night here in Portsmouth. And I don't think Martin would be able to sleep very well if he doesn't get a victory here in the next 18 months. He desperately wants that weekly title, a bit like Robert Thornton last week. He got his, and now it's Martin's turn.
The action will get underway Monday morning, 9:30 a.m. on the Super Series YouTube channel. But we have a final in week 1 first to see who that first player through to Champions Week is going to be. Bradley Brooks and Darius Labanowski have both been there before. Somebody is going to do so for a second time. Is it fair to say, when you think about the players' key strengths, there's a little bit of an opposite in terms of Bradley, power scorer player that really likes to get ahead of an opponent, whereas Darius has this reliability, consistency to his game?
Yeah, I think we can talk about strengths and weaknesses from previous times, even throughout this week. However, if we look at what they've done tonight, it's pretty similar. Maybe Darius is just a little bit further ahead statistically, but if you think about the ceiling of performance, it's about level. Darius around about 99, Bradley about 100. What's possible? 7 legs, I think, is what's possible. And I can't call this final. I think someone who gets a lead, if they can protect it, fair play. But we've got 2 players who can battle back.
So in a final which is hard to predict, what do you think the key turning points could be?
A bit like what we saw in the previous semi-final with Carl. If you get yourself in front and you miss a key shot, you open up a bit of a wound that someone can expose even more. So when you get your shots, you've got to be clinical. That is what these people have done before in a final, and they'll need to do it again.
And interestingly, Darius Labanowski has won the bullseye.
In previous times, we've seen people making a total mockery of that. But what we've seen in our 2 semi-finals tonight is that having the darts was really, really important. So by virtue of that, I'm going to go for Darius.
Well, it should be an interesting final. We'll let you head to the commentary box and describe it alongside Scott Mitchell. So it's time for our first final of Series 9. It sees Bradley Brooks and Darius Labanowski go toe-to-toe, but only one can win a second weekly title.
And he's through to the final. It wasn't attritional by any stretch. Darius wins. And having the darts in the semi.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It is time to meet the finalists. Would you firstly please welcome to the stage is a former World Championship quarter-finalist. It's Lucky D, Darius Labanowski! And now would you please welcome his opponent. He's a former PDC World Youth Champion. It's Bam Bam Bradley Brooks!
This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Crown a champion, a champion. This is me, I'm still on it, 'cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved by a champion.
Around about 5 o'clock on Friday evening, it looked like Bradley Brooks was heading for home. He had to rely on favours from Neil Duff to even make it through to tonight's final. But now he's in the big money match against Darius Labanowski, who is looking to pick up a second weekly title, the former Champions Week semi-finalist. They both made it through to Champions Week in Series 7, but only one of them can do so in Series 9. And so to book that first spot in the big event in December, let's join our commentary team. Paul Nicholson and Scott Mitchell.
The first final of Series 9. Permission to get excited, sir? Permission granted. So here we go then. This young man is half the age of his opponent. But in darting terms, that's nothing. They all want to get their fingerprints on that again. Desire is a good thing in sport. Getting something once is good. Getting it a second time, I'm sure will feel very, very sweet for somebody in the next 15 minutes.
First leg, it's Darius.
Yep, the good old Tony O'Shea saying,
game on!
Anybody can win one. The guy that wins two, he's the man to know. Bearing in mind that he lost in 3 World Finals and didn't get the one. But that's another story that I will have with him at a later date.
60.
Just how key is it, Scott, that Darius has won the bull? The only bull shootout of the week.
Well, with both semi-finals going 4-3 and the man that started winning those, I would say very key. But I agree with you. I can't see this one being any other than 4-3. And in this situation, for that
60.
prize fund, a one-leg shootout, who knows where it will go.
It really has been a night of two halves. The
81.
first 4 games we had 3 4-0s and a 4-1. Then, the rest of the night, everything's been tight.
100.
Yeah, it has. I've been in a few last leg deciders within 7 days of this, or 8, and
81.
Yeah, you can't predict what happens in those last leg deciders. You've just got to get yourself to them and hope that you find some special moments and some special darts in those moments.
100. 59.
I once heard the phrase that hope is a dangerous thing. I think the context of said sentence was very important. I think hope is a good thing in sport. I think hope can drive you.
170.
Well, that was almost too good. Ironically, 170 wouldn't be bad. He went for the old 180 to leave double one. Just trying to get the crowd involved, maybe. Would he hit that on a Monday morning? I'm not sure he would. That's typically Darius. Stoic, stone-faced, and very, very ready to win another final. What can Bam Bam do about it? He's averaging over 90 for the night and 38% on his doubles. It's very good. But does he find himself in a position where he's playing well enough against the favourite for the night to get the title?
It's a valid point, and I think it's one that can only be answered probably in the next 9 darts. The momentum should be with Labanowski here. I see this game having a momentum swing a couple of times.
If this is the way things are going to go for Darius,
60.
He's going to have to get himself a loyalty program with whoever he flies with, because he's going to be flying to Portsmouth a lot. But I hasten to say,
93.
He might look at this final the same way that Bradley does. This might be their last chance of getting a second weekly title. Because whoever loses this match,
100.
They won't come back in Series 9, and their next venture could be qualifying school.
I'd imagine you are absolutely spot on over. I think the next venture will be Q School.
And because they're not coming off the tour this year, they're going to have to go through 2 stages of it, which makes it more difficult.
100.
They do, of course, have the option of not going to Q School. They might like it in Portsmouth so much that they might want to come back.
190.
That's the right time to get a 180. To leave that double for the immediate answer back. Suppose we can call this the Connor Scott double.
28.
He hit double 14 to win his week in the previous series. And Bradley has just hit that double to equalise in this final.
Third leg, it's Darius to throw.
I think that Darius will know
Game
is that, as we say earlier, the all-important throw he now has, and he will be doing his utmost to
80.
remain vigilant on his own throw. And when I mean vigilant, I mean a treble visit on every throw, every 3 darts.
140.
I think that is probably the most underused word in our sport. And I applaud you for using it. Vigilance is so crucial
100.
when you're playing singles darts. A vigilante is someone who takes the law into their own hands. Vigilance in sport
57.
is taking everything into your own hands.
I think it's something we all try to do in darts without realising it, but
97.
those ton players, these are the situations that they love. And they do that and say, come and get me with something special.
180.
And that is exactly what Bradley Brooks is doing right here, right now.
Is he making a move?
Bradley require 100.
Nothing to separate them, but the fact that Brooks has actually got the darts. He may need to hit this bullseye.
89.
Because Darius is going to have a chance at the same shot
124.
to retain the throw. Different route. Same result, but he doesn't even get a shot.
Got greedy there, didn't he? Really, the big 14 and make sure was the shot.
84.
That was
Bradley
the wise
require
money.
35.
Got a little greedy, and that's when you miss given target.
6.
23.
I wonder if Bradley's going to get
Darius
another
require 40.
similar or even better chance in this final to break the Darius throw. He can cushion it just underneath that. Is that a better marker? It is.
Game shown the third leg. Darius Labanowski.
He's just so hard to beat.
Fourth leg, it's
So when you get a
Bradley to
chance,
throw first.
you have to take
Game
it.
on.
Bradley's running out of time. If this is a best of 19, maybe even best of 11. At 2-1
99.
down, you're thinking, it's all good. I've got plenty of time. But in best of 7, chances are minimized.
57.
And when you miss your chance, I think Alec was celebrating one of his former successes there.
Yeah, Alex Small
100.
pretending he could read there at the back of the auditorium. Well done, kiddo.
Yeah, somebody get a fire extinguisher. Alec's just been burned.
$82.
And when you get a chance like Bradley had in the previous leg, you wonder if he's going to get another one. But this is his response.
135.
If he holds, we go to best of 3, which is something Alex Small knows an awful lot about.
Yeah, we actually brought that up yesterday in the game with Duff.
$59. Bradley require 167.
This is where you've got to be the mayor of vigilance. You've just got to stay sharp.
97.
Just because you've got this handsome lead, you don't lose your focus. Because someone like Darius can leave 132 or 170 here and pinch you.
And that's exactly what he's doing here. Dancing along the oche for a bit of Strictly Come Darting, but that one,
70.
no use to man the beast.
Double top. And we're level. I wonder if we're going to do the same as we did at the start of the last series, where all of the finals pretty much went the distance. The first one of the previous series was a corker between Justin Smith and Tom Sykes. It set the tone for the entire series. Sykes made champions night. We have not seen Justin Smith since, but we're going to see him next week.
Yeah, Justin Smith. I remember he used to leave his darts here overnight so that he didn't lose them on the way back. Or
96.
so he'd come back in and they were sat back on the fridge where he'd left them.
45.
Well, this is now a chance for Brooks. If he can stretch his legs a bit. He is surviving in this game. Stats really don't mean much.
97.
But if you are interested, Brooks, 94.5. Labanowski, 83. This is by far the worst he's ever played on a Saturday night.
100.
And he is starting to regress after that perfect record of 90-plus averages on Saturdays.
140.
In the semi-final, 88. Maybe Bradley does smell blood. This is a point where Darius can't switch.
60.
If he'd hit 57 there with the third dart, he would have done what Carl Wilson did in the previous game. He would have left 159. And there's a little bit of freedom in that 140 there. There was no shoulder involved.
Went with it a little on the last, but it hit its desired destination. Now Darius needs 2 of his own to just try and pressure this double 14 that will be incoming from Brooks.
28.
Zero hesitation. Double 7. It's got to give this some oomph. Oh, go and get it quickly.
Bradley Brooks.
Just because he's from miles away in the northwest of England, don't be fooled. Bam Bam has an army with him.
Game on.
And that might just be the biggest moment of this final. He's finally broken Labanowski at the second attempt. When he played in the previous final, he took out someone who had won on a Saturday before. Colin Osborne. One of the best players that this tournament has ever had. And the last time Labanowski lost on a Saturday night in a knockout match, it was to a young man called Cam Crabtree.
Yes, my pairs partner.
96.
10 days or so, Europe Cup.
All the very best with that, by the way, Scott. And to everybody playing at the Europe Cup.
They've had to pick me to keep the average age up.
60.
Oh, that's a brilliant, brilliant second dart.
100.
The nerves in the crowd. Wondering if this is the last leg of the week in match number 104. And Darius is starting to struggle. So many
84.
former weekly champions lost in a final in the previous series. So many. Just signifying the strength of the finals that we had in series number 8. And Bradley Brooks is only 73 points away from his second weekly title this year.
Definitely needs 2 trebles.
100. Bradley requires 73.
64 then. For Brooks, choices here. Bullseye for the week.
Darius should require 160.
So Darius, this would be a mighty, mighty ask. It's not going to be this time, and it's a blocker dart. He's having to think of where and what to do. Goes over to the 18s.
92. Bradley, you require 43.
Here we go then. Tops it is. To be crowned
23.
week 1
Darius
champion.
requires 68.
And Darius is now sat there on 68. Sixteens has been his friend. And they are again. We go 3-3. Momentum has changed. Brooks has had darts. Can't even look Darius in the eye. Gives him the fist pump. It's about how disappointed he is in himself now, missing those chances. Does Darius now throw with freedom? He's got himself back in the game from nowhere.
The feeling that Brooks has got right now, it will not be a good one. It does feel like Brooks has had the biggest journey in this final. Multiple break chances, multiple darts to win the week, and he's still throwing. Whereas Labanowski has survived with that 68 checkout. You might be right, Scott. He might be thinking, this is a freebie. I should have lost. Maybe twice over.
No, that's what I'd be thinking.
But if Brooks was to win from this position now, what does it say about his character?
Darius knows he just needs a ton to stay in touch.
100.
He stays in touch. But it's now advantage Bradley Brooks.
Should go 18s now.
57.
Who's got the advantage now? Very much in the balance. This game right now is like a spinning coin on a table, and we've got no idea where it's going to fall.
I'll tell you who's got the advantage after this second dart. It's Labanowski.
133.
Those 19s. They really have come up trumps.
Needs another of those.
81.
Bit alert with that one. Still in touch. 19s you would have thought would be the route here. That's a good dart. It's going treble 18.
92.
Oh, that's a big dart from Labanowski. 16 left after 15 darts. Oh, bullseye. What a shot to become champion.
100.
Oh, this game has given us everything.
16.
What an attempt from Bradley Brooks. It's Darius Labanowski. He hits double 8. He is your Series 9 Week 1 champion.
Super Series champion.
Look at the man. This is what it means to players to come here and become the weekly champion. This is your Week 1 Series 9 champion, Darius Labanowski. Came here to do a job. Just a word for Bradley Brooks in escaping danger coming through on Friday. And today looked more probable than ever that he was going to walk away champion. The 1-2-5 attempt at the end there. You were a width of a wire away, young man. Don't be upset at coming second to that. Darius Labanowski looking at the averages. The averages even say Bradley Brooks was in the 4 there. So it's 84 for Darius, but he won't worry about that. It's the 6 from 8 on the doubles. We're going to throw over to the stage now where Paul Nicholson is waiting with your Series 9 Week 1 champion.
Yes, we are on the stage with the Week 1 champion, Darius Labanowski. Darius, that was quite an interesting final. You saw Bradley Brooks miss darts to beat you in 2 different legs. How does it feel to be a 2-time weekly champion here in Portsmouth?
It feels great because, yeah, I had good run on first 5 days, I think, on my opinion, and today little bit more pressure, from players, from myself. Yeah, but actually on the final I get lucky, and why I'm here. Yeah, like winner.
I think that's the first time I've ever heard you call yourself Lucky, even though your nickname is Lucky D. You have been a really, really good player during the week, but you do save your best darts for Saturdays, don't you?
Yeah, actually, when I was down 2-3, yeah, I won on a row 2 legs. Yeah, it's like what live for me from first 5 days. Yeah, I'm try very, 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 very much to win this game, and yeah, but my nickname is Lucky D, but a lot of times I'm unlucky D, but yeah.
How good, in your own mind, was that 68 checkout in the 6th leg? Because if you didn't hit that, you probably lose this final.
Oh yeah, I forgot that now, but it's most important moment for me. I don't know how for Bradley, but on this game I think it's most important moment for me for win this game.
You spend a lot of time with Maras Razma, who's a really good friend of yours. He's noted for treble 19 hitting, but treble 19 was your friend in this final, and it has been tonight, hasn't it?
I think he learned to throw 19 from me, not I'm from him. But officially he did first, and I'm just follow this. Yeah, but you know it's I didn't like tops, not good for me. But I like 32 and all combination go. I will do for 32. This is work.
Just one more question before you allow you to get your fingerprints on the trophy once again. You're very proud of being from Lithuania, a country that has had troubles in the past, but you have flown the flag for your country in darts almost solo for the last 15 years. How proud are you of all of the achievements that you've had in Portsmouth for yourself in Lithuania?
I have messages from my fans and my supporters and my friends on the darts who want to follow and see World Series on live and something, and I'm inform this my friends, and yeah, I'm the best from Lithuania. I thinking it's my opinion, and yeah, I'm very proud to be Lithuanian on the darts, and it's very nice to be best on the darts from Lithuania.
Well, we won't let you wait any more longer, Darius. Everybody here in Portsmouth, for the second time, he's getting his fingerprints on the trophy again. Lithuania's best darts player, your Week 1 Series 9 champion, Darius Labanowski.
There we go, mate. Series of 6 coming to us. Jumping with joy, Darius Labanowski, the first man through to Champions Week. He had to evade match darts from Bradley Brooks in the final to eventually run out a 4-3 winner. A man of little words, but a man of big actions. Labanowski, the winner once again. He's only played 2 qualifying weeks here at the Super Series, and he has won both of them. And it's fair to say, Scott Mitchell alongside me here in the studio, he is a very happy man.
Yeah, without doubt. We can call him Lucky D in that last game, though, can't we, in the final? But Bradley Brooks had a couple of opportunities, but wasn't able to take them. And that 68 to go 3-3, very, very special shot. And only special players do that.
The number 2, signifying his second win in this building. He knows exactly his record. He knows exactly what he's done. You actually say to me off air that Darius knows everything about everything in his career.
Yeah, pretty much so. We were having a chat earlier, and he was just explaining to me how I'd managed to turn him over in a Lakeside first round with it, and he had a 99 average. And I said, and they call you Lucky D. That's not very lucky. But we get on very well. We've known each other a long time, and I'm super pleased for him. But at the same time, I would have been equally as happy if Bradley would have won, because I thought tonight he did everything right. Did absolutely everything right, but it just didn't quite go his way.
Well, let's talk about the story of the final then. It was a game that kind of swung back and forth, didn't it, until the midway point. Brooks got the break, he went 3-2 up, and it looked like from that point onwards he was going to charge away with it. He had opportunities, but then, as you mentioned, that 68 checkout here from Darius Labanowski to make it 3-3, with Brooks here missing those darts at tops to win the final.
Yeah, very much so, and he doesn't miss by much. But it's Darius then that comes in, and you have to be decisive in these moments. You have to decide. There's many ways you can go for 68, but you have to be decisive before you throw that first dart. If you're only there not thinking right and half-heartedly, you have to visualise it. You have to visualise where you're going. And that's exactly what he did there and took it out.
But isn't that Darius personified? Because a lot of players have finished like 68. There's a number of different ways you can go, particularly if the first dart hits a single. But he had a plan, he executed it.
Yeah, and like I say, you've got to make that decision before you walk to the oche, and then be at one with your decision. And that, in big moments like that, he owned that, then got it to 3-3. And then there's an element of relief that comes to you as a dart player and going, well, I'm at 3-3 now. I've got the darts back. If I can just hold my nerve here for another 4 or 5 minutes, I'm fine.
It went to the final leg, and then Bradley Brooks, the 1-2-5. The first dart goes into the bullseye. He finds the 25 with dart 2. Just picture what it would have been like for Darius in the background. Do you almost expect, of course it's going to go for the title?
Yes, you do. But I think the moment that you start thinking like that, you then stop yourself if you then approach the board and you do get a chance. So I don't believe you can see the pouted bottom lip there from Darius in the background. I'm sure that he thought it was going, but you can see he doesn't rush in. He doesn't rush in. He takes his time. He has a look, and it's all about now's your moment. Give it a chance. And he gave it a super chance because it was right in there. And he doesn't want to over-celebrate because he knows that maybe it wasn't supposed to be his. So respect to Darius for that, but that'll hurt Brad for a couple of days.
We'll talk about Brad a little bit now. I want to start off with the 1-2-5 because you could see with the last start of the bullseye, he was trying to follow it. Was that first start just a little bit too low in the bed for him? If it's perhaps towards the top half of the bullseye bed, maybe he'd find it.
Yeah, it probably was a little bit too low in the bedroom, but you're being really, really harsh. He's hit the bullseye. Do you know how hard it is to hit the bullseye anyway? And then to hit the bullseye in that situation, Henry, you're being wrong here. I'm telling you. That was
hypercritical.
Absolutely, you're so hypercritical. It was a great dart to hit the bullseye with the first dart. He would have hoped for that because had he hit a 25, then he needed the 2 bullseyes. It looked perfect. He thundered it in there. It didn't quite go his way. Darius is the champion.
But that one's going to hurt, isn't it? Because he had control, because he had match darts. He kind of had a life when he got through the Group C, but then when you get to that scenario, you get to the final. If you don't win it, it smarts.
Any final smarts. It doesn't happen if it doesn't even matter if it's a Monday night at the Dog and Duck. They all hurt and they all mould you as players. And but I mean, I think once he's calmed down, Bradley, and had a little thought to himself, he'll look back and go, well, Duff did me a favour to get me through. And then I really bossed it and gave myself the opportunity. And it would be even worse if he hadn't given himself the opportunity to get darts at it. So I think it's something that after a couple of days you reflect and you look at it and see it in a different light.
As for Labanowski, back at Champions League, he got through to the semi-final the last time he made it there. How serious a contender do you think he's going to be to win the title altogether?
Well, we've spoken before about, what week's the best week to win it, what's the one to have not too much distance between the two. I think he has a massive chance, because of just the way that he plays and where his sort of B+ game is such a good level. He has that. He has his A and his A+ game, but that B+ game is not far behind his A game, and that's why his levels are so high. That's why he's so consistent. And that's what makes him difficult to beat. And when he gets a chance at 68, you've rued your chance. If you haven't got him by then, he will come and bite you on the backside.
First week of a brand new series. It's been good fun. We've seen some new names. We've seen some big names, of course, miss out on the finals night as well. If that's what we've got for starters, we've got a very fun series ahead.
I think we have got a fun series ahead, and it starts all again on Monday.
Well, you're going to be there on Monday. Scott, thank you so much for your company once again, as ever. And so, Darius Labanowski is the first player through to Champions Week in Series 9. Lucky D was far from lucky. He was brilliant. He was spectacular. He is the champion. And we bet we have got another 11 weeks worth of qualification to go until the big night on December the 7th. Bye from us.
Marvin Van Persie!
Well, I've got to ask you now, Mace. Whoa! As gives us the bow.
Have a bit of that.
Alex Spellman.
Outstanding finish from Spellman.
16, she steps back, has a good look, and nails it for a 3-0 win. What a brilliant performance from Fallon Sherritt.
John Lowe dart. Blight's doing the Luke Humphries finish.
Ashley Coleman.
The Highlander hits the heights. A 160 finish to break the throw of the net.
Big moment. Oh,
no! Fifth flag.
Johnston's just been hit with a bat.
This is a mammoth dart. That's a mammoth fight. That's the pitch.
Here we go. One leg shootout to see who plays Sykes in the final.